Welcome everybody, this is Niclas Huschenbeth and this is my 6,000 subscriber special to celebrate reaching 6,000 subscribers on YouTube. So what I will do in the next few hours or so, I will play against whoever dares to challenge me on Chess24, Blitz, Bullet, you name it. And maybe before we start, just a few things. So my preferred time controls. Well, maybe before I say that, I should check if everything is going alright in my live. Looks like. So that's good. I hope you guys can hear me. I hope you can see me. And then I'll start in just a moment. But before I start, so preferred time controls. 3 minutes plus 1 second or 3 minutes plus 0 seconds per move. And time to time I will play a bullet game, 1 minute or maybe a 5-minute game. We'll see how it goes, but I want to play the shorter time controls so I can play against as many as I can. And in line with this, I will actually always check if I've played against you before. Because if I have, I probably won't play against you because I want to give those players a chance which I haven't faced in the past. So, with that being said, let's get started. Alright, let's go. I just hope everything is going fine. Let me check the chat real quick. Yeah, looks good, so let's go. Alright, e4 against JulianGunz from Austria. And by the way, just one more thing. I'll play against premium and non-premium members, so don't worry about whether you're premium or not. In this case, it's a rare exception usually on Chess24. When we do these live streams, we usually only play against premium members, but this is to celebrate my 6,000 subscribers, so I want to play against all of you if possible. Alright, what do we have on the board? It's the evens gambit. He declined, he played bishop b6. That allows me to gain some space on the king side. Excuse me, a queen side. Now I push b5 and the question now is, do I want to take this pawn? And I think I do. Bishop d4, knight takes f7 looks good, so I just grab it. He plays d5, that's a good move. And now again the question is, e takes d5, bishop d4. Well, you know, let's find out. Oh, he just takes it. He didn't play bishop d4. I want to play knight takes f7, then d6 check. Would have been a little wild, but that's fine with me. And now it seems like I'm just up a pawn. Bishop d4. I actually didn't check this time, but I do have rook e1, threatening knight c6 check. So he doesn't go for that. I'll play rook e1 anyway. He will castle. Oh, I can play bishop a3 if I want to prevent him from castling. This actually looks like a decent move. He should have castled last move, so because now he's really in trouble. How is he going to get his king out of the center? If he plays knight b4, then I can take on e6, play something like c3 maybe. Or maybe I can even play knight takes f7. Oh yeah. Knight b4, knight takes f7 is really strong. So I think I'm in quite good shape here. Now the question is, what will I do next? I actually don't know yet. It just depends what he will do next. And that seems to be really difficult for him to figure out. Maybe he should play something like bishop d4, exchange the knight on e5, and then play queen d7 and queenside castle. But nevertheless, his position is far from pretty. Alright, he plays knight e7, he really wants to castle, but now I can also take on f7, and this looks like a killer blow. King takes, now I have a beautiful choice between rook takes and bishop takes. Rook takes, he probably plays knight d5, so I'll take with the bishop. And then I'll put some pressure on this poor knight on e7, and I think he is in huge trouble. King f8, now I can probably just move my bishop, and he has no good way of defending the knight on e7. if he plays knight e5 or knight g8, I just take the knight and then take on e7. And queen d4, any counterattack is just too slow here in this position. c5, I just take en passant. And there's just nothing he can do. This knight is going to fall. It's going down. Bishop takes f2, I just take. He plays knight g8. Now I can even play queen f3. And this looks even stronger in bishop takes g8, because he has to play knight f6 back. Otherwise I'll mate him, which we'll see right now. Bishop e6. There we go. Alright, thanks to JulianGunz. Critical moment, I would say relatively early. Maybe a5 is not the right choice here. Well, let me think about this. I think a6 is what they play usually. And then critical moment was maybe after e takes d5. Now bishop d4. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. Knight takes f7, king takes, d6 check, king e8. Actually, I might have just blundered here, because if I take on e7 now, he just takes with the queen, gives a check, and then takes on a1. So I might need to play something else here, like c3. But yeah, not too sure about this position. He could take on f2 now, take on d6. Alright, it seems like I should be still fine here, but definitely much better chance than what happened in the game. Alright, let's go to the next game. And let's see who we got. As I said, I'll always check if I played you before. For those of you who missed it maybe in the beginning, if you've played me before, your chances are much lower to play me again, because I want to give those people a chance I haven't played. So we're playing against Loy from the United States. And there we go, e4. And I go for my beloved Sicilian, c5. It's already ingrained in me always to make this pre-move c takes d4. Why not? Why not save some time while we can? He plays the h3 line, preparing g4, which I expect him to play right now. Otherwise h3 doesn't make that much sense, and there he goes. Bishop e7. And white can now play g5, and it is a version of the Karras attack with a tempo down for white, but they have still tried that. Especially Sergei Fedorchuk has played a few games in this line successfully. But of course white can also play the usual moves. Bishop g2, castle. This is not very critical, I would say. Of course white can play like this, but I don't think it's the most critical variation. So now queen d2. This kind of invites me to play knight e5, to go for knight c4. He has to go b3, well, or queen e2, but then queen d2 doesn't really make any sense. Plays b3, and I think I'll just play bishop d7. You probably go f4, and then I take on d4. And that's quite typical, to take once on d4 and then bring the other knight to c6. That being said, maybe he's going to play knight e2, but he is not. Okay, I'll just continue with rook c8 for now. And now he plays f4. I take on d4 and bring the other knight to c6. Could actually also go to g6. I like my knight on g6, but I think it's better to get rid of this bishop on d4, which is quite in a good position. Alright, so we have achieved this, and now the question is how to continue. I'll bring out my queen. Wait, I have to make sure knight d5 is not a problem. Yeah, I don't want to... Well, knight d5 I can just take. Okay, so it's not a problem. Good. You always gotta check these knight d5 tricks. but because my knight is protecting my queen, it's not an issue. And now I want to put some pressure on this knight. I don't quite know how to yet, but I'll figure it out on the way. And I'm also curious what he's going to do. Usually he plays something like g5 and f5. It takes usually forever, so I'm not too afraid. I think I can generate some counterplay. And it's quite double-edged for white too to advance his pawns, because his king is here, right? So this could be dangerous. Okay, he plays f5, and this really asked me to play knight e5, but once again I have to have an eye on knight d5, and that would actually be a problem after knight e5. So I'll play, what do I play? Rook fe8? I guess rook fe8, just protecting this bishop in e7 for now. And now I want to play knight e5 next. Actually, still not quite sure where I'm going, if he just responds with bishop d4 after knight e5. But yeah, we'll see. Another move would be bishop f6. Okay, he just moves the knight and he wants to go into endgame. Could take on a2. It's usually not a move you really want to make. But that being said, I don't see a reason why not to. So let's grab a pawn. I could have gone into endgame perfectly fine as well. But yeah, I'm really hoping I'm not blundering my queen here. Maybe should have checked this a little better. But it looks like I can escape. If he plays knight c3, I just play something like knight b4. And bishop d4 is not possible, so he plays rook b1. And now I just go to e5. And I've secured my queen. And here I have a check. Well, I don't want to repeat moves, so I guess I go somewhere else. Question is where? Queen b4, c3. I guess I go to a5 after all. And now I can go back home to c7. And now I just have to bring the bacon home. Knight e5, queen takes c3, c2 is a threat, but his main problem is the time, of course. And let's play bishop b5. Takes on e6, take back. Queen e3, okay, I take on c2. And he ran out of time, but his position is also hopeless at this point. 2 pawns down, my pieces are active, no counterplay. That's it. In terms of where he went wrong, not quite sure. I was quite happy with the move f5, but I wasn't too sure about this move. I think it's more typical to start with g5 and then maybe later follow up with f5, f6. And then, yeah, maybe knight e2 wasn't necessary to give me this pawn on a2. Maybe something like g5 now, not sure. Okay, let's go to the next game. I see a question on, or not a question, more like a statement from Neubauer. Oh, that's interesting. Saying that non-premium members can't send me challenges. So that's unfortunate. I wasn't aware that Chess24 maybe changed something here. But yeah, it seems like I only have challenges from premium members. And yeah, I don't know, it was possible before that everyone could send me challenges. So yeah, I'm sorry for that right now, but there's obviously nothing I can do right now because I wasn't aware of that before. So I couldn't do anything about it. Alright, so let's go to the next game. We have, what is this? He played e5 first, so we have a Philidor on the board, obviously. And it looks like he's going for a close to Philidor, but this is not a really good move order for black, if I'm not mistaken, because of knight g5. Isn't that the case here? I'll just try, whatever. We'll find out. So he has to go d5, otherwise he can't protect his pawn. And I'll just take it. Okay, so now, what do you have? Does he play knight b6? Okay, I'll just go bishop b3. He plays h6. Okay. Where do I go? If I go knight f3, he goes e4. But do I want to go knight h3? Not really. Okay, let's see where this is going. So he goes e4, I go queen e2, pin his pawn. It's queen e7. And now I go knight d2. Knight b6, I can play bishop b5 check. That's probably a smart way to keep my pawn. But still not quite sure about my position here. Well, I think it should be pretty good actually. I just follow up with c4, secure my pawn, and not sure if he has enough compensation. Probably not. I don't even have to play c4 now, but I still do it. I like my pawn on d5. Knight c3. Okay, rook e8, I castle, and I'll put on some more pressure on this pawn on e4. And we'll see if he is able to defend this pawn. Yeah, I think he's in some trouble here because he can't really get his pieces out. And I'll just follow up with rook e1. And I'll probably just take this pawn next move. Okay, he can play bishop g7. But even then, okay, he plays knight b6. Okay. I feel like it would be too early to take, so I'll play a4. Threaten a5, and then follow with b3, bishop a3, something along these lines. Looks pretty good. Queen b4. That's courageous. Well, these two guys are hanging. So let's see what I do about it. Oh wait, this guy's not hanging. Okay, so I just have to protect this knight, so I'll play bishop b2. And his queen could be in some trouble. I just need to protect this knight one more time with the rook, and then bishop a3 is coming. And I'm also up on the clock, which is nice. So how do I protect this guy? Let's do queen e3. Knight g4 with queen h3, and now bishop a3. I want to play... No, I might just take it. Yeah. Let's just grab it. Knight g4, queen h3, I pin the knight. And now c5 should be pretty strong. Threatening knight d6 as well as the knight. Okay, it just gives me the knight. Queen e6, I still have knight d6, which I'll do now. Grab it. grab this one. Check. Just have to make sure I don't get back rank mated, but alright, that's it. Alright, so what happened here? I think I was better from very early point in the game, and he had difficulties to come back after this opening. Here after bishop c4, I think knight f6 is a mistake. Probably people start with bishop e7 first. No way, people start with c6 because bishop e7 also runs into something, I believe. Well, maybe it isn't too bad, knight takes e5. Anyway, but I think c6 is the way to go here. Alright, let's go to the next game. Yeah, once again, my apologies to everybody, to the non-premium members. I really thought that you could challenge me as well. That was the case the last time I did this special, and well, it seems like it's not the case now. Okay, next game against what's going on? Doesn't work. For some reason I can't accept a challenge right now. Let me try again. Nope. Okay. What's happening? Oh, now I have a game going. So maybe just a slight delay. There we go. Against knas.winstrom from Sweden. And that indeed sounds like a Swedish name. And, you know, let's switch it up for now. Let's play the French. Just recently played the French for the first time in my life. And he goes for exchange variation, the most exciting variation there is in the French. That was a joke, by the way. But we'll see. Maybe I can do something. Do I want to play bishop g4? I don't know. I've never played this in my life, so no clue what to do here. I would like to castle queenside though, to bring some excitement at least into the game. So trying this right now. Preparing queenside. Now, do I want to take on h3 or is this too much? Probably too much. So I go back. It would have been interesting, but I feel like it's too early to go that crazy. So just bishop h5, he plays queen b3 and I castle. I think it's more natural for white to play b4, b5, something like that. The queen b3 seems to be misplaced to me. a4, okay, well, he starts his pawns, I start my pawns, how about that? And now h3 turns out to be actually a weakness, because it allows me to sooner open up files against his king. And that's a general rule you can remember for your own games. Don't move pawns on the side where you are weaker or where your opponent is going to attack you, because with every pawn move you make, you can't take it back. So this just allows me, or allows your opponent, to open up files more easily. And we see it right now. I can play g4 now, or I could prepare it first. Not quite sure. I think I'll prepare it first with rook dg8. Could have also picked the other one. Plays knight e5. Okay, I have to take this one. I didn't see that coming, actually, but shouldn't be too big of a problem. How do I want to take it though? Do I want to keep my bishop but lose the tempo? I think I want to keep my bishop. And put it on c5. Now g4, g3 is really, really strong. So he has to do something here immediately. Okay, he does not. So we'll see how he will stop this attack now. But this looks just devastating here. Now we see the open files and my queen is coming into action. There it is. Just had to make sure I'm not blundering anything. Always get a double check, but this seems to be very strong. Queen takes g2 is checkmate, and g3 I can take on g3. I can play bishop f3. It's really a luxury problem from there. I think I ate too much for breakfast, or I don't know why I always have to. I don't know how you say that in English, but. Okay, I can... What do I do now? I take on f2, I guess. He has to go king f1, because this is checkmate in 2. But king f2 also wouldn't have changed a lot, so... There we go. Alright, so as I said during the game already, I don't think h3 is helpful for white, and I think that here something like b4 would be more threatening to me. And then, I don't know, maybe knight b3, but this pin nevertheless is kind of uncomfortable. So it seems like I have a decent position here. Okay. Off to the next game. Can't accept any challenges right now. I maybe have messed up something here. Oh, now I have a game. That's interesting. Maybe because I was accepting so many challenges earlier, now it just goes to the next game automatically. I don't know. But anyway, I'll just play Alexander Nord. And we have Sicilian and black once again. That's my Najdorf. And here, let's go for knight g4. Black has many options, e6, e5, even knight bd7 I've played in the past. But knight g4 is nice. It creates positions that are not very typical for Sicilian. And this is helpful for me because he just gives his bishop away. Usually white plays bishop g5. Now, how do I set myself up here? Probably just e6. I like to go for the dragon setup too, but I don't like to give him the square on d5. So I'll just play boringly, kind of bishop e7, and have everything safe and covered. And very pleasant position for black already because I have the bishop pair. And especially the dark squared bishop is a very important piece for white. Okay, so I just bring out my pieces. Bishop f3. I don't know what he wants exactly. So I'll just continue. I mean, he can go e5 if he wants to, but that doesn't bother me. Okay, I'll just keep playing the standard moves. Yeah, it's very difficult for white to create any kind of play. I mean, usually white plays with f4, but without the dark square bishop, it's kind of difficult anyway. Knight e2. Knight b4, c3 probably. Knight c2, rook f1. I'll just grab the other bishop. I mean, why not? After all, why not? Okay, he can go knight d4 now, which he does, protecting a pawn. And do I want to take the bishop already? Do I? Or do I want to go knight c4? Whatever. Take the bishop. Oh, now I can enter on c2 though. He should have taken with the queen. And now I'm up a solid pawn. Okay. I just return to c4? No, c7. Queen c4 would run into knight a5 maybe. Or most likely. So just queen c7 back. e5. Okay, just take. There's bishop b4 now as well in the position. Rook d7. Yeah. Rook d7. Yeah, whatever. Let's play it. Oh wow, I'm down on the clock. That's not good. Okay. I was calculating knight g6, but I can play rook fc8, so that's fine. And if he doesn't have a trick here, I have just a really good position. King f1. Huh, that's a really good move. Really good move. Bishop b4, knight d3. Yeah, he had a trick, so he found it very strong. Now after knight d3, I'm worse. So I can just hope he doesn't play it. Whew, he did not. So now I'm good again. Because knight h6 and knight f6 just doesn't do anything. But after knight d3, it would have been worse. Close to losing maybe already. Okay, now I just have to make some moves. I want to penetrate on the first rank, but he's still protecting it. So let's see if I can get rid of this knight. Okay, bishop d5. Now my position is of course completely winning with the two bishops and the two rooks. But still gotta finish the job. Okay, now I take him b2. Check. Just gotta make sure I don't get back where I checkmated. And now bishop c3 is really difficult to deal with. Alright, there we go. That was much tougher than I thought. You shouldn't judge somebody by his rating. I had of course a very good position, but then I decided to go for this particular sequence where I give my queen for two rooks, which would have been fine. So here I shouldn't play bishop b4, just bishop d6 or anything really, rook d8. But king f1 was just a killer move. I don't know what to do here because I don't have many squares for my bishop to go to. Maybe I should just give it for a pawn or something like that. And the position wouldn't be too bad, but I'm definitely not better. And here after bishop b4, if he plays knight d3, it's a double attack. Oh, I have rook c4. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, unless there's something going on now, that still works. Yeah, okay. In that case, it all worked out, but still, I brought myself in some peril, which wasn't necessary. Okay, next game, star 940. Playing e4. I think I also switch this up in a little bit. In another e5 game, let's go for the Vienna game. Now, I quite like the Vienna game. Well, in that case, I go for a King's Gambit. Because this seems to me like an improved version. A little bit at least. Bishop e7. Does he want to play bishop h4? I mean, he can. Wait, how do I deal with this? This is kind of weird. Okay, I'll just play d4. If he plays bishop h4, I'll play king e2. Well, now I just take back, and I think I'm quite a happy man. Already regained my pawn in the King's Gambit, so that's all I wanted in life. So it's all good. I think something like bishop h4 might be more critical, but now I just have a beautiful center and it looks really good. That being said, how do I continue here? I think I'm going to aim for a queenside castle. Just seems to be the safer option. Okay, there we go. D5, yeah, that makes sense. He has to do something in the center, otherwise he's just in trouble. And that's probably a good move. Yeah, maybe I should have played D5 myself. I don't know about bishop D3 really. Maybe now he plays bishop B4 even. Should have probably taken on D5. Yeah, bishop B4, good move. But I can also pin him, but he takes on E4, takes again on E4. Yeah. Ooh, okay, I think I have to go for E5. Knight E4, take, and knight G5. I really hope that works out for me. But not too sure about my position anymore. I definitely spoiled it a little bit. He doesn't take on C3, I'm pretty sure, but just in case. Probably bishop F5, bishop G4. Oh, of course, the D4 pawn is hanging. Ooh. Well, I don't want to give the exchange, it would be too much. So you can have the D4 pawn, I get the E4 pawn, but I'm certainly worse. Certainly worse here, but it's not the end of the world yet. Queen D8, what? That looks a little bit too artificial here. Of course, I don't do him the favor to take on D8. So now, I don't know why he moved the queen all the way back to D8. I mean, it's not the best spot in the world. I think I take with the G pawn to open up the G file for my rook, and I'm definitely happy about my position again. Something's possible here against this king now. E6 in position. Queen A2. Wow, I didn't see this one. It's a little bit too scary, so I prevent Queen A1. He can take on A3 and be happy with it, but at least I have prevent his attack, and now it's my turn to attack. Let's see where I'm going with this. Okay, should I play E6? Let's play E6 for starters. He has to go F6. Or not. Well, that's a nice surprise, because now he's definitely lost. He has to go F6. Okay, that's a rook. That's a rook, my friend. Are we really playing this? I mean, really? Are we playing this? Okay, there we go. Yeah, so the last critical moment was definitely after E6, but the position should be somehow lost for him here as well. Can I play this? I was wondering, can I play this? He has rook G8. Queen takes F6, Queen E7. Queen F5. Not sure. Not sure. Maybe. But I'm not entirely sure. But maybe it is just winning here. Could be. It is queen f8. Yeah. Okay, this is going too far, but my feeling is telling me that my position should be very good here. Okay, let's go to next game. I know a lot of people are waiting, but yeah. Okay. So let's see who I picked. Dilljer. We're playing 3 minutes plus 1 second, and he's going for the French defense. Bishop e7. Yeah, that's an annoying move, to be honest. How do I play against this again? Knight f3, right? No, that was not right. Because now if I take on c5, oh my god. So I guess I have to go e5 now. Yeah, no, I didn't want this. I did not want this position. Oh my god, no, hopefully he doesn't play something like g5. No, he doesn't. But I still have no clue how to play here, to be honest. Yeah, I'll just play some moves. And he seems to know his stuff. It seems like he plays everything immediately. I want to play b3. Then I would be a happier man than I am right now. I've managed to play it. So that's an achievement. Yeah, a3, okay, that's good. Because that keeps things close. And he has to play on the queen side because, well, I have more space on the king side. So I'll push my pawns forward here. So we'll see how this goes. Bishop b5, does he want to play something here? Maybe. I'll just play some moves, rook c3. I have to get this knight out of the way probably to somehow start my own play. He plays this move, and I was hoping I could grab the pawn on a3 now somehow. We'll see if this is possible, but at least he has to play his knight away from b4 so he can protect it. And then maybe it will be finally my turn to play something like knight g5 and start my own attack in some way or the other. Otherwise, if he doesn't move his knight, I'll take on a3, and I'm very happy. Okay, there we go, knight g5. And now, suddenly, I'll start my attack. Hopefully, queen h5 is coming. Well, actually, you can just take on g5, so... After h6, I want to play queen h5, but he just takes on g5 and takes on d4. So that much about that. So I guess after h6, I just have to retreat. Yeah, knight g5 was a little bit too optimistic. I should move this knight out of the way so he doesn't exchange the bishop against the knight. Because the bishop would be kind of useless on b5. Yeah, I should have played knight g3 instead. Or knight e3 maybe. Well, knight g3 looked good. Because now, I don't know what I'm doing after h6. Oh, he doesn't play h6. Good news. Do I want to go queen h5 now? Do I want to take on h7 maybe? Yeah. feel like grabbing this pawn. You guys already know I like to be greedy, and I don't see a reason why not to, so let's take it. G6, I just go back to G5. Bishop B4, is that a problem? I can probably just play Bishop D2. Queen D8. Okay, he wants to prevent me from bringing my knight back. What an evil move. But not really. I'm sure I find ways. Queen G4 seems to be a good way. And G6 I can even take if I am so inclined. Because after f takes G6, queen takes G6, it's mate. But rook G8 I should check. I would really like to play bishop takes G6, so let me figure this out. Rook G8. Rook G8 is a problem. Queen F, knight F6. Can't do it. It's unfortunate. Can't do it. I didn't see a way after rook G8. Okay. Let's go a little crazy. Knight takes E6. Let's put some oil in the position, like I like to say. Put some fire on the board. He has great difficulties to defend against his mate. Actually, he has to give his queen or play knight takes e5. And he resigns. Alright. Yeah, interesting game. I think it went downhill for him when he maybe didn't play h6. I think that was a croaky moment. So here h6, and I just have to go back, knight h3 or knight f3, I'm not sure. I think my position is still more pleasant, but not that much. Okay, before I go to the next game, let me see what's going on in the chat. Okay, see a lot of Germans. Alright, so let's go to the next game. And yeah, like I said guys, if you've played me before, I won't accept your challenge. I see a few guys who I've played before, so first I will play everybody I have not played before. And we go to next game against Matutev from Argentina. And the first d4 games, finally something else. Finally no e4. I mean, I really like e4, but I know for you guys maybe a little boring to see e4 every single game. And I've had this specific variation just this year, in fact, against Yaroslav Cherubuk. It's an interesting line. I think black's in good shape, but well, not quite sure what I'm doing here usually, and he plays super fast. Okay, this seems like an interesting plan to play knight h5, knight f4. And now the question is, do I still play knight f4, or do I just take on g3? Whatever, just play knight f4. Okay, takes anyway. I think that's an improvement for me if I don't give him the h5. Actually, not quite sure how much of an improvement, but I quite like my position now. The question is, how do I go from here? Let's play e5 and see what happens. That looks interesting. He has to take that, there's no doubt. Can't allow e4 really. So, oh, he probably thinks about how he's gonna take. Maybe knight takes e5 was a better option, because now I have bishop g4 and I threaten bishop takes f3. He can't take back with the knight at the moment because it's pinned. So he plays queen c2. And what do I do now? Yeah. I don't know. I was hoping for more, I think, than this position, but I think it's still fine. But I was hoping I would get a bigger advantage. That's for sure. I was hoping for a little bit more. Is queen a4 a problem? Should be fine, right? He doesn't have f4 obviously because it's pinned, otherwise I would be in some trouble, because my rook is unprotected at the moment. And now, well, bishop g6. He has the better structure, I have to give him that. But apart from that, my position is pretty solid. And I think I can try something here, maybe penetrate. Next move, queen c2. Now he attacks this pawn, which is annoying. Yeah, well played, sir, well played, queen b5. Okay, let's figure this out. Rook d8 probably have to play. I have to speed up, that's the main issue here. Oh, now c4 could be a problem. He doesn't play c4, so I protect my queen. Yeah, I'm just playing fast, but I'm not sure how good I'm playing. Knight c6, I had rook c8. But I just don't want to lose on time. That's my main reasoning here. And I think once again my position is very solid. That being said, I don't think I'm... Oh, he wants to play knight b4. I think I have to go a5, even though that's really not a move I like to play. And now he has knight b5 available. But, well, I'll just play. And no, we don't make draws. Either you win or you lose. More or less. Can I make some progress here? Let's see. Okay, should prevent this. Okay, let's take it. Let's see if we can make some progress. Oh, this endgame looks good for me. Take. How good though? Oof. Fast move, move. This is winning, by the way, even though I didn't calculate like that, but it is winning because I exchange queens and then I'll win. But that being said, if he moves his king, not to f7, which was quite unfortunate, but to f6, for example, it would be a draw. So I'm sure the pawn endgame was winning, but I messed it up at some point. But we just played, and that's how it is in Blitz. One player is faster. Okay, off to the next game. Let's see, I'll go to bottom to see who has been waiting already. Have I played against Dirt17? I have, so I won't play against you, I'm sorry. MrDodgy, I have not played against MrDodgy. My strongest opponent for the day. I was already struggling last game, so I have to play better this time. I mean, I don't think I was in serious trouble the whole game, but I was just worse pretty much most of the game. Even though I think I was quite comfortable in the out of the opening. So that's an interesting variation against the dragon. That being said, how did I play against bishop d7? Already forgot. Anyway. Okay, now knight d5 is a threat followed by knight takes e7, so he plays this. And what do I do now? Probably g4. Usually people play this with the bishop on e6. And now he plays bishop e6. Better late than never, huh? So I play a3. Because now there might be some rook takes c3 issues and all that stuff, and I don't want to deal with that, so I play this. What do I do now? He wants to play b5, b4, and that would be very unfortunate. So... yeah, I'm not really a big fan of this, but I think before I get mated, I rather go into the endgame. But I usually lose these kind of endgames, so I don't know if that was a smart move. Well, the pawn is indirectly protected, because I can always exchange on g7. I was hoping at least, I think that's the case. Now knight d7, the pawn a7 is hanging, so he has to do something about that first. And then he'll try to exchange. He doesn't do anything about it, surprising. I don't know what he's up to here. Yeah, I think he should have just protected the pawn by playing a6. Okay, now he wants to play b4. So I guess I prevent that by playing c3. And this pawn is also a weakness now, and he's in serious trouble here, just being a pawn down against a bishop pair and having another weakness right here. Knight b3. Let's regroup this bishop to c2 and dominate the knight. Does he want to take on c3? I don't know. I'll play bishop d4 now. We can exchange bishops, that's fine now. Play rook b4. I want to play bishop e2 and win this pawn on b5. And I once again have to speed up. But my position looks really good. What? Come on, you can't be serious. I mean, this is just no counterplay whatsoever. Okay. Yeah, I mean, his position was beyond repair anyway. I don't know, rook b6. Oh wait, king f8, rook b4, rook b6. I mean, he could still try this, of course, but you can also play g5 at some point. Yeah, I think just the critical moment was after e takes d5, simply a6, then play knight d7, and position should be roughly equal. Maybe a tiny bit better for white, but not much at all. Okay, I've played against Transposer before, so let's go up the list. I'm at the bottom of the list, and there's Sluce from the Netherlands. And I have not played Sluce before. So just once again, for those of you who maybe joined later, I'm not playing against anybody I've played before, unless there are only people in the list of my challenge list that I have played before, because I want to give those players a chance which I haven't played yet. Okay, there we go. Sluce plays d4. And it's Trompovsky. My Chess24 colleague, or ex-Chess24 colleague, I should say, Lawrence Tran, did a series about this for white. Now he's not working for Chess24 anymore, unfortunately, because he's the manager of Fabiano Caruana. I always forget how this goes. Probably knight e4. Or queen b6. Really no clue. I think queen b6 now is the way to go, and there's this move knight d2 and then I take on b2. Yeah, I think that's how it went. This is also possible? Am I crazy for taking? I really don't want to fall into an opening trap here, but I'm going to take on b2. I don't think my queen is getting trapped, so he probably has to go knight d2. Or, well, no, he has to go knight d2. Knight c3, queen c1, but this is bad, because I win another pawn on a2, or on d5 even. I'll take on d5, that's even more delicious. Come on, what are you thinking about? There we go. Yeah, this is just winning here with 2 pawns up. Do I want to be annoying, play knight e3? I think so. Bishop f2. I like how the pieces become like transparent once you put your piece over it. Okay, so let's convert. Conversion phase has begun, which is just me making random moves. Pretty much bring out my pieces. Win more material if possible. He still has knight d2, but I'll grab another bishop. Why not? Let's open up the position for the bishops. That's a general rule of thumb, by the way. If you have the bishop pair, open up your position, because your bishops will be much happier. Because then they can shine. Okay, that's going too far here. But bishops like open positions. Okay, can I do something with this pin? Can I? Let's start with bishop d3. Even though, I can take with the knight. I thought he had to take with the pawn. Well, whatever. Gave my bishop pair away for nothing. Thought he had to take with the pawn, then bishop g5. Well, so what? Okay, let's push the pawns. Push, push, push. Check. What do I do now? Probably king d5. Ah, okay, now I made it easy. After king b4, I still would have needed to make some not stupid moves. G5 looks strong. Zugzwang. Alright, there we go. Okay, Sluce. Where did it all go wrong? I think early in the game. So here after queen b6, I think queen c1 is a move. After which I think I can even play c4. It's kind of interesting. I think there was a Kostanyan game. But knight d2 is an interesting variation here, and I don't know how. Probably this way. Yeah, I think there was something like this here. Well, not sure if this was the right variation, honestly. Probably messed it up a little bit. Probably the queen goes to f6, g6. Okay. Anyway, let's continue playing. Have I played against Kalashnikov? I have not. Oh, I'm playing with the white pieces, so probably he's going for a Kalashnikov variation. Actually, don't really feel like playing a Kalashnikov variation. Oh, he doesn't. He should have named himself Alyekin then. Or maybe he's referring to the AK-47 Kalashnikov. Okay, this is a Alyekin variation. Where I just bring out my pieces once again. Played h3 to take bishop g4 out of position. And I actually looked at this not too long ago because I did an update for my series in German against Alyekin, and I looked at this, and that's actually a really interesting line. Just have to make sure I get it together. It's a very forced line, and he's playing all the moves. But we'll see if we see it on the board. I think that's the variation, in fact. Or okay, after d5, black has to take on c3. And then it goes like d takes c6, bishop takes e1, something like that. It's pretty crazy. Anyway, or I might just talk nonsense, not sure. But here, it seems just take on e5, take on h6. And that's actually why. I've provoked h6 earlier with bishop g5, and I don't know why he's playing so fast. Because fast play can result in mistakes, and that's what we saw here after bishop takes h6. He had to play bishop g7 back. But, well, actually I'm not sure. What is this position? Well, it should be good for me. Bishop d3 is annoying. But, okay, I take another pawn, protect my pawn on c5. This must be really good. So, let's see if I can get the variation together. You can check it out in my series, or actually right now in the ebook of my series, of my German series. Against Alyekin. Just look this up. I think it goes like this. D takes c6, take, rook b8, take here, and a c6, something along these lines. Not quite sure, but this looks like it's a line. No, actually c7 here, yeah. But just go into ebook, you will see it. It says update 2015. The update videos I recorded for each series, I think they're not up yet, so they'll also come out. Where I also go over this variation, and I'm quite happy it happened actually in the game, and I could use this information. Amanon from Scotland. I haven't played him, but it's a 5-minute game. Don't feel like I want to play a 5-minute game yet, so we're going for Isma 4-4-4-4. There we go. Just checking the Twitch chat. All right, what do we want to play today? Let's go for e5. Haven't played this yet. And let's go for... Oh, come on. I wish I would have played knight e7 first. But anyway. I wish I would have played knight g7 before I played a6. I want to be precise, play a6 first. But of course this allows the exchange variation, which I'm not too afraid though. I'm not too afraid of. That's the way to go. Queen d3. Bishop e6 is actually a rare move, but it's quite a decent move in fact. Now the e5 pawn is hanging, so gotta play f6 I guess. And he has to play rook e3 to get rid of my queen. Can't allow the queen on d3 for too long, or he plays queen e2, but in this case I'll just bring my next piece to d3. And he's really having trouble to complete his development. I think now he's having even more trouble. I think he should have played rook e3 to get rid of the rook at all, but now that's not even possible, and I'm curious how he's going to finish his development. I mean, he can play b4 and so on, but it's not great. a7, b6. Oh, let's go all the way back. I mean, I'm not threatening anything, that just looks like the move to play. Maybe bishop g4 is a good move. b5. Yeah. Maybe I should have put the bishop on b6 after all. Okay. Anyway. What do I do here though? I guess a5. Bishop a3 is annoying though. Do I have to play c5 after bishop a3? I probably don't have to. Maybe I should though. I'll just play knight g6 and don't give a damn about the double c pawn. Yeah, I think my bishop on a7 would be just too sad if I played c5, so I just can't do that to him. And it seems like I still have everything under control. He has the b file, but doesn't give him a lot, so now it's my time to strike, and I go for bishop g4, threatening to take on f3 and just enter and see what's going on there. This looks quite strong. Probably has to give a pawn, knight e3, bishop takes f3, rook takes c2, but yeah, that looks difficult, and this is allowing me to play knight f4, and I'm a very happy man. I think I'll just go for a prosaic way after rook e1, taking on f3, taking on d2, double attack, knight on c2 and pawn on f2. So that's the way to go. Take. Oh, he still has knight e3. Too bad, but fortunately I have ways to continue my play. Okay, take with the knight. Could have also taken with the rook, but he might have played king g3, so maybe it was good to not take with the rook. Knight d3. Okay, this looks like a desperate attempt to get my rook. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think the problems began early. c3 is maybe still possible, of course, but here I believe white should play something like rook e3. And now d3 or d4 maybe, but it seems to be still pleasant. I just castle queenside and develop my pieces, and the rook on e3 is awkward. So it seems to be good. For a quick moment, I'll check out the chat. Okay. And we're going to the next game, which is andre.kesselring from Germany, I believe. There's a question in the Twitch chat, why don't you play at leadchess.org or chess.com? Well, pretty simple. I like it on Chess24. I think it's all good here. I like the design, I like to play here. Good opponents, so no reason for me to play anywhere else. And of course also, I have recorded series and I'm quite involved with Chess24. So just makes sense for me to play on this website. Alright, what do we have? Another knight, or if he plays bishop e2, that's more of a quiet line, but I'm going to try to get some excitement in here. Now playing b5 and trying to attack this pawn on e4. Queen d2, I think it's not the most accurate continuation, but well, it's also not the end of the world. It's just that white has to go passive now, and if he has to go passive, then I can just play all my standard moves, as we will see in the next couple of moves, and I think black is just completely fine. So this is really nice in the knight of that. If your opponent is maybe not playing the crooked moves, I didn't see this one coming, but okay, I'll just take it. If he's not playing the crooked move, you can play pretty much just play the standard moves, and you'll be fine. It's a little bit different now because he played c4, but I'll still go for something like knight e5, knight c4, and his knight on d1 is awkward for the moment. Which he changed now, but this gives me the time to play knight c4, get the bishop pair, and oh, he gives me this bishop. In general, usually people take on c4. Because this bishop is quite important to protect the long diagonal g1, a7. Okay, go queen b6. Just have to make sure I don't run into any tricks with knight f5, but just take on e3 for the moment. If he protects the queen though, that might change. Okay, he plays this. And now, how do I continue from here? Maybe something like knight d7, bishop f6. And put some pressure on this knight. Of course, you can protect with rook d1. And then I'll play knight c5. Okay, he moves the knight. Okay, I'll play knight c5 anyway. Ask some questions to this bishop. And he doesn't answer the questions, so I just take. I'll just take. Whatever. Should be fine. Knight g4. I just take everything. I hope I'm not going to be punished for this. Rook b1, I can play rook c2. queen g5. I have to say I'm a little afraid. Well, do I really want to play queen b5? Maybe rook c5. But queen e7. Let's just take the queens off the board. It makes me feel more comfortable, especially as my time is getting dangerously low. I don't know what I was doing all the time. Okay, but now take on e2. Oh, he takes on b7. Didn't even see that. But I have rook c2 as a follow-up, so that's good. What's my follow-up after rook g1 though? Probably just grabbing the knight on g4. It doesn't have a square to go. But he can still play rook e1, which is unfortunate. But nevertheless, I'm still 2 pawns up. Oh, he doesn't play it. Okay. So, yeah, I think the opening was not the most ambitious one, and then I don't know really where what went wrong, where white went wrong. Gotta learn how to speak. Yeah, maybe this knight e5 shouldn't have been allowed, and knight c4. Maybe there's something like rook c1 here. Because once I get the bishop pair, I'm really in a good spot. But also here, I'm definitely having a decent position. Okay. FrestonWizard. Okay, I feel like let's face a strong opponent, 2500. I haven't lost a game yet, which is unusual for me. Usually I lose pretty soon in these specials, but I haven't played a lot of strong players yet. So this is my chance to lose. Let's see if I can take it. No, just kidding. Of course, I'll try to win, as always. Yeah, people play that knight h3, knight f4. I don't know what to do with that. Actually, yeah, I really don't know how to play against it either. Just play some moves, we'll see. Because he prevents me from playing d5. But on the other hand, this knight is kind of weird on f4. So... and if I play e5, of course the knight is hopping to d5 immediately. So it's also not perfect. But on the other hand, the question is, what is he going to do here? He plays a3. So only one of us can play b5, I mean. And I'm quicker right now. So he allows me, which is nice. I think he should have played a4. And now I kind of have a plan at least. If he had played a4, I would have needed to look for something else. But now I can like do something here, expand. I don't know. Maybe play d5 at some point if he takes on b5. If he doesn't take, well, he takes. Now I can play d5. It looks really nice. So he plays b4. Not quite sure what I'm supposed to do here. Do I go c4? Looks a little crazy. But, well, that's what I like. Some craziness, some imbalanced positions. If he goes b5, I go knight a5. e4, oh no, he prevents me from playing d5. But is he? Well, if I play d5, he probably will sacrifice the exchange. Okay, let's put a knight here on d4 Don't really know what to do. I didn't want to play d5. He takes everything and then I have to take on a1. He takes back. Didn't look pretty. So I'll rather play this. And okay, he has to go there. Okay, queen c7. I think I'm in quite comfortable spot here. I mean, this looks kind of weird with all the pieces on the first rank for him. That being said, I don't quite know what I'll do next, but I hope I'll figure it out eventually. And I'm just making sure I have the better time. That's my main concern. So I can't play bishop b7 next because of knight b5. Well, I guess I can now, because now knight b5, queen b6. And well, that makes things much easier, because this knight was hanging on c3, the bishop was protecting it from e1. And now I don't have to worry about my game too much anymore. Alright. Yeah, I think it was just this positional decision here where he took a while after a6. He has to go a4, I think that's what they do usually. And I can't play b5, he just takes it. And then, honestly, I don't know. I don't know what white is doing, I don't know what black is doing. I just play some moves, and we'll see. Maybe he was concerned, I see. He was concerned, probably that I play knight b4 and then play d5. That's actually quite a legitimate concern. So I actually don't know what is white supposed to do. Queen b3 also looks weird. Yeah. Okay. Off to the next game. By YouRPatzer. Patzer is German word. Means like you are a bad player, I guess. We'll see if this is true for me in this game. What do we want to play? Another Sicilian, maybe. Always pre-move c takes c4. Didn't fall into a trap. Here, I think I looked at this. Knight f6. There was something important about this, but I've forgotten how it went. I think they'll play with e5 at some point. Maybe that's too early, not sure. But I think that was the way to go. He can play d4. This shouldn't be allowed. Why can he play d4? No. I just hope I can punish him immediately, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just blundering here e5. Probably just blundered e5 and can almost resign. Yeah, great. Love it. D takes e5. Bishop takes c6. Damn it. Do I have to play knight d5? I guess so. Maybe it's not the end of the world actually if I think about it, because if he has to give his bishop on d5, I'm at least having compensation on the light squares. So you probably take on d6. Yeah, actually it might not be too bad to begin with. Because he's really underdeveloped. You can see he still has all this piece on the first rank on the queen side. So, but what do I do here actually? Bishop e6 maybe. Because I didn't want to take on d6, he has queen e8, and that would really alleviate a lot of the pressure I have right now on his queen side. So I play bishop e6, take on d6 in the next move. Yeah, I guess I should take now as long as I can. Even though it allows him to bring his knight to e4 or somewhere. But I'll still try. But now he plays a3 most likely. Yeah. No, knight d6, knight c4. It's annoying. It's annoying. But what can you do? If he doesn't play knight d6, I can play rook d8 and looks pretty decent. He plays it, of course. Maybe he's listening, who knows? Okay. Actually not sure if this maneuver was that good, because this knight is under attack. I threatened some kind of discovered attack on the queen with the knight. So he probably has to go queen c2. And then he does not. Very tempted to play something here. Knight c3, it shouldn't work. This should work, right? Let's find out if it works. Queen f3, I mean this should be really good for me. Maybe you can play queen f3 actually. But maybe I'll play bishop d5. It looks like an evil move, but he has queen g4, h5. This is way too complicated. I didn't sign up for that. Yeah, probably I just take on c4. Now I could also play bishop f5. Bishop f5 looks like it's almost winning the queen. It is winning the queen. Well, let's try. Let's try win the queen. Doesn't have a square to go, so I'm pretty confident I'll win it. Question is if he will win my queen back, and then what is the situation gonna be? Yeah, that's a problem. Bishop takes c2, bishop takes b5. Ah, man. Didn't see that he's attacking. Okay, so I didn't get too much out of this, apparently. So I'll just win on time. Position is still better though, so it's not like I'm completely going to flag him, but this is part of the plan. Yeah, I'm better here. I'm winning the pawn on b2, so. He's still fighting. He's a fighter. Yeah, I'm sure there was like an immediate win way earlier, but I missed it. So gotta keep playing. He plays quick. Like what the heck? Like how can he be so quick? I don't get it. Okay, push. Push. Are we playing with 1 second per move or what? Oh, should have thought about this earlier, honestly. Oh, we're gaining like a second per move. Damn it, okay. Now I really gotta put some more effort in here. Oh man. This is very unfortunate, because now I feel like I might mess it up completely. He's quick. He's freaking quick. These knights, they're evil. Evil knights. Okay, I think I got it. I think at this point I got it. Oh my god. I should have realized earlier that we're playing with 3 minutes plus 1 second. Because I was like, okay, he's going to lose on time anyway, right? Oh my goodness. That was not good. I mean, at some point here, I'm surprised I didn't have an immediate win. Here, bishop c3 was just a joke. I mean, look at his rook. It's just dead. Yeah, bishop c3 was not a good move. Just prevent knight e3, and he won't have good chance to hold together. The way I played, I really gave him the chance to come back. Actually, at some point, he could draw immediately. It was... let me figure this out real quick. Instead of playing h4, I think... Wait. Here, yeah, rook b4 is an immediate draw. Okay. Anyway, so next time I should remember. And this time I will remember playing against trannel, 3 minutes plus 1 second. Black once again. What do I do? Another French, I would say. What is this? I don't... What are these people playing against me? I don't know any of this stuff. That looks like a reversed... Oh my god, am I blundering like material already? Yeah, probably queen a4. I've blundered a pawn. Oh my god. Or have I? I'm still trying to hold on to it. That's so annoying. I'm like already fighting for my life here. Yeah, that's a good move. Man. I am slightly annoyed, to be honest. Okay, just gotta play quick. I mean, I don't know what else to do here. Just down a pawn for nothing. So he can go b5 and just win a pawn. I don't know what he's waiting for. I think it's my lucky day. I think it's my lucky day. I don't know, he messed something up. He missed something that now I can of course just take, because he didn't play b5 first. So instead of being in trouble, the game is just over. I'm just up a piece. Okay, gotta prevent b5, so I'll just go back. Okay, you know what? You can have that pawn. Take it. You can have it. Bishop takes f2. Is that any good? I'm considering it, but might be a little crazy. Don't want to go for these messy positions with a piece up. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Queen e5, bishop takes f2, king e2, bishop b5, check. Should be pretty good. And I think he's resigning. Yeah, I mean, he had me in trouble, but he just messed up at this point. b5 first. And I'll remember, I will never play this line again. Because here I'm just down a pawn. And he has a very good chance, obviously. Yeah. All right. Let's go to the next game. stormbird. I like that name. I'll accept that challenge. Again, 3 minutes plus 1 second. Black once again, what's going on? I think I have to... I don't know what I have to do, but... can't continue like that. One black after the other. I'm running out of openings to play. Actually, I only noticed the same. I'm just making up the French and the e5 stuff. So... G3, I like this line. It's really quiet. White is not putting a lot of pressure on me. You know, that's what I like in a Sicilian. I can just develop my pieces and not have to think a lot about what I'm doing. So that's great. Like it. So we just have a dragon pretty much. It's not a Najdorf. I mean, it originated from the Najdorf, but it's not really a Najdorf because... well, not a Najdorf structure. G4. Whoa. That's usually not the way white plays. And now I have to prove why not. I'll just play rook c8. Could have prevented g5, but I don't really know if that's helpful for him anyway. So I let him play this. And... okay, I should do take with the bishop here. I never know, bishop or pawn, one or the other. Not the rook, because of e5. Okay, now g5. Yes, I said earlier I was hoping everybody could challenge me. So not only premium members, but as it turned out, it seems that non-premium members cannot challenge me, which is unfortunate. I want to play against everybody, but yeah, we'll do it next time, I guess. Sorry for everybody who had their hopes up. I was thinking I could play against everybody. Or everybody could challenge me, let's put it this way. Okay, I've just won the exchange, but it's far from easy because he has the bishop pair and there are always some tricks. So now, queen c7, c4. I'll just play it anyway. I don't know why I didn't play b5 first, but it felt like, I don't know, maybe a4. Yeah, not sure. I like it this way though. 96 is coming. Just have to make sure he doesn't checkmate me on the long diagonal. So like bishop c1, bishop b2, but I don't think he's in time. So it's all good. Putting some pressure on this pawn. Yeah, that's what I meant. It's never easy, but I guess I can allow myself to give up some pawns. Actually, how do I want to take back on c5? Yeah, not sure if this was such a great move. Oh, he doesn't take. Well, that's fortunate. I think he should take on b7. Okay, now it's time to launch my attack somehow. Bishop d4, can take on a2 now, which I will do, because if there's nothing wrong with it, why not? Rook b2, go here, now threaten queen g3. So he plays c3, but this gives away the rook, not protected by bishop anymore. And that's it. Yeah, I think, well, I think first of all g4 is unusual, knight d5 is I think a decent option for white here. And then, yeah, queen d3 seems to be a mistake. That being said, I don't know what white should do. Maybe queen d2 so you can at least take back with the pawn. Yeah. That might be better. I'm not sure if I was going to take on c3 then, but because I like my dark squared bishop, but this would have been a better option than queen d3. Okay. Let's play against HouGarry. HouGarry is nice because he put a challenge as such. Oh no, he put a challenge as such that he starts with e4. I thought I'm white. Damn, maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. That I'm always clicking on challenges where people put they are white against me. So this time I play knight e7 first, so to not allow a Spanish exchange variation or Ruy Lopez exchange variation. And we go for a fianchetto again. Take b5. It's a nice variation for blitz games because once again it's easy to play. Just bring out your pieces, play d6, play knight a5 at some point, play bishop d4 if you can. So that's what I'm doing right now. And well, just attack the white center. And if white doesn't watch out, he's in trouble early on, as he might be already here. Because it looks like he has to take back with the g pawn if I take on f3. Otherwise he's going to lose the pawn on d4. So yeah, this is what he's saying. Okay, I don't mind if you take, but I hope I can do something with this. Now queen d7, queen h3 is threatening, so he should play king g2. And then, I don't know how I continue. Maybe knight a5 then. Actually, knight a5 looks like a decent move because if he goes to c2, then I can play knight c4. If he doesn't go to c2, I just grab the bishop. And maybe... Oh, okay. What does he want to play against queen h3? Probably queen e2. That's why he protects the pawn on d4. So, do I follow up with my standard plan, knight a5? Yeah, why not? The only thing I don't like if I take on b3 that he will have the a file, but I think I can deal with that. Okay, that changes things. Knight c4 now, the b2 pawn is dropping unless he plays queen c1, but then he doesn't have an answer to queen h3. So okay, as you know guys, I grab pawns if I can. Very similar in that regard to my colleague Jan Gustafsson. Greetings to him, by the way. And if he's watching right now, we will have a match. I can promise you that sooner or later. And I hope to even out my score against him. I'm behind. Okay, let's get back to the game and figure out what I'm playing next. c5 looks like a good way to play. Because if he takes twice, I play rook c8 and grab the knight on c3. If he doesn't take twice, I play bishop d4. The bishop looks nice on d4. Do I play it now though? Maybe not. Maybe I play it. Well, whereas knight e2 could be a problem. Bishop d4, knight e2. Queen h3, queen takes c5. Nah. Don't feel like dealing with that. So, guess quiet move it is. c4 looks good. And bishop e5. Put some pressure on bishop f4, bishop takes h2. Okay, now I'm a solid exchange up. Still have to convert, of course. Let's see. Knight f5 is my threat, which he ignores. I hope I can punish him for just ignoring my threats. It seems like I can, because now my pieces are just swarming out. I don't know if that's the right word, but they're swarming out and attacking and doing all kinds of nasty things. Okay. Whew. Oh, I feel like I'm getting a little tired. We're almost 2 hours in. I'll take one break. I would say after next game. Quickly we go over this game. HouGarry says, I played so bad. Wouldn't say that. I mean, I think we have seen worse games on here today. Okay, so first thing real quick. After d6, I think white can just play h3 to prevent bishop g4. But it might be actually also a move bishop g5. And then in the game, yeah, not sure about bishop c2. I would just keep the bishop on b3. And I don't think the white position is too bad. Maybe slightly worse because the weakened king, but it's not the end of the world by any means. So I could even imagine something like d5 here, to be honest. Because my knight on e7 is awkward. Okay, I can go f5. Yeah, it probably should be good for me. But it's still a lot of work here. So not too clear, but after bishop c2 the pawn on b2 is dropping, so that was a problem. Okay. Christian bench 37. Black once again. What am I doing wrong? So like the 6th black game in a row. I think it's trying to balance it out from the last time I did my subscriber specials. We had like a ton of white games in a row, which was really nice. But yeah, now it's the other way around. So far it's still going well, but let's see how long I can keep it up with the black pieces. So we had the Morrigan bit on the board. I gave the pawn back, didn't feel like being pressured with the black pieces here. He might still pressure me, I don't know. Plays this move. Does he want to play knight g5? Okay, he can play knight g5 if he wants to. Maybe he's going to play bishop c4. And then I didn't want to play e6. Don't make me play e6. I have to. Okay, something didn't go as planned here because now my pawn on d6 is weak. Yeah, okay, queen c7. I think he should just put the bishop on f4, the rook on d1, and see how I protect this pawn. Probably with knight e5, something along these lines, so might not be too bad. Knight a5 is not really that strong yet because he just plays bishop b5, so I continue my development. Where do I go with the knight though? I'll put it on e7, looks better. Okay, now I am very inclined to play knight a5. Actually not sure how good it is, to be honest. Because if I take on c4, he takes back with the knight, immediately attacks my pawn on d6. Plays queen b4, that gives me another tempo, another attack with the knight, bring my knight to c6. But still, do I want to take this bishop? Not sure. But otherwise, my knight is very, very stupid on a5. If I play a6, he plays bishop f1. Yeah. Okay, whatever. I'll take. And I just sacrifice a pawn, I guess. With d5. Oh, he takes back with the queen. Okay, in that case, I don't have that much to worry about. Just play bishop d7, rooks in the center. With b4 he's severely weakening his queen side, so I'm happy to see this, especially pawn c3 is very weak now. And do I take it now? Yes, take it. Okay, probably have to take the pawn b4 as well, otherwise he plays b5. Okay, let's get my queen out of this pin, but where do I want to go? He plays knight c4, so maybe I don't get it out of the pin. Whatever, I'll get it out of the pin. If he plays knight c4, I'll pin him again by playing queen a6 or queen b5. Oh, he can go there as well. Didn't see that coming. Okay, queen a3. To prevent bishop e7, bishop takes d6. But still, I'm not happy my bishop is so far away from my king. If he plays like bishop f6, queen e3, queen h6. Actually, could go for this right now. I mean, it would be worth a try, definitely. Because not quite sure how I'm dealing with this. Yeah, well, he doesn't go for it. It would have been definitely slightly dangerous for me. Or even more than slightly dangerous, not sure. Okay, play rook e8 to prevent bishop e7. What am I supposed to do here? I don't know. a5 looks like a good move. Did I just drop? I just trapped my own queen with bishop c1. Oh my god. I mean, it would have, actually it still would have worked, but still. I mean, I shouldn't do that. a5, a4, that was hilarious. But actually after a4, bishop c1, take on b3, take on c2, and I actually get enough material here. Well, actually, after rook c1, well, this still should be pretty good for me. Actually not clear at all. Oh my god. Well, that tells you something. I'm definitely ready for a break. I definitely need a break. So I'll be back in, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. And then we'll continue. I hope you guys like it so far, and I'll see you in a little bit. Alright guys, I said I'll be back, and I am back. So let's continue for roughly another 2 hours. I said I'm going to do 4 hours, so let's see if I can keep playing decent chess and providing kind of meaningful commentary at the same time for another 2 hours. Alright, now I'll play against a strong opponent, Amanon from Scotland. I have to get ready again. Feeling not as fresh anymore, but I'll do my best. I want to keep my streak going. So far I've won every single game. Has never happened to me before in live stream. Usually I always lose at least a few games and draw some. But I'm very motivated now to keep winning. I like winning. It's probably all of us do. And we have the first knight of this time with me on the white side. Alright. B5. B5. I don't know this move. It's interesting. Okay, let's play something quick. Gotta make a decision. I was also thinking about e5. Okay, he takes back with the g pawn. Is b4 an issue? It's a3. Now we transpose to kind of a variation where black plays queen c7 early. And usually this pawn structure always favors white a little bit, because his king is kind of unsafe, and it's also difficult for him to generate counterplay. Alright, he's having a little think, and now I'll play queen h5, threatening knight takes e6, and I'll just put pressure on the light squares. That's my main plan. Maybe play f5. Now he first off has to deal with this threat. Of course he can't give this pawn on e6 the most important pawn in his position, because then all the white squares on f5, d5 are just very weak. And now I'll just keep pushing. Play f5. Open up his light squares, and if he plays e5, I might just hop to e6. Why not? I don't know what the knight is doing there, but I think it's definitely disturbing his play. So that looks good. And he has to play e5. What else can he do? I mean, he doesn't want to take, and he doesn't want me to take, so this is happening. The only question is, what will I do from here? Knight g7, he has king f8. But I think... I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Probably bring my bishop out. Okay, bishop e2. Always bring your pieces out, that's important. And now I just play knight d5. I won't exchange my knight on e6. Is knight b3 a problem? Oh, what's going on here? Queen takes e6, knight c7. I think now he's in big trouble. Big trouble. Knight b6, another threat. Whoa, he missed knight c7. Okay, that's it. Alright. Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult for black to play on the light squares. And I think if he plays b5, if he does go for that, which is not a move I'm aware of, knight bd7 is the move usually black plays, and then b5 in the next move, then he might need to take with the bishop. But of course, then I would play this typical Sicilian sacrifice on b5, take on d6, and honestly it looks also pretty good for white, so that's why possibly b5 is not a good move to begin with. And then in the game, Yeah, knight takes e6 is a blunder, but in either case, he has to probably take on d5 and take back. This knight on e6 is just such a pain for black, so I think I have really good chances here. But black is still in the game, I mean, you can still try. But this knight on e6, very, very painful. Okay. Chuck Boris. I'll play against Chuck Boris. I saw him play against Peter Svidler, I think, on Friday. So now I'll play against him. And I'll play with the black pieces. Chuck Boris plays c4, plays c5. A little plug here, I just made a series about this opening, a video series about how to play against c4 and how to play against knight f3. I want to play c5 against both of these moves. And now I have to prove that I know my stuff. So we'll see how this goes. This is a very theoretical line. White has dozens of options, I should say. Or dozens goes too far. He has like 8 moves here, something like along these lines. G3 the main move. Popular moves A3, bishop F4, knight DB5. Even E4 can be played. Can it be played? Knight C2, that's not a very critical move. I think D5 is the way to go. And actually create an isolated pawn, but the knight on C2 is just passive. It's not in the game really. I mean, it is in the game, but it's not doing anything on C2. Okay. Yeah, I haven't studied this move too much, so I think that's an appropriate excuse why I don't know how to continue from here, but I don't think I have any difficulties. I just take on c4, whatever. We can go into the endgame if he wants to. If he doesn't want to, it's also fine. Because again, the knight on c2 seems out of place. Would be rather on f3 right now. Much rather on f3. I'll play bishop f5 and I ask this knight, what are you doing here? What are you doing on c2? And he already has to play some awkward moves. I feel like knight e1 or take on d8 first. But he's in a little bit of trouble already. Knight a3, it all looks weird. Or queen e2, that's actually quite a sensible move. Yeah, didn't see that one. I can play a6 and now ask this bishop. What are you gonna do, bishop? Okay, he prevents me from playing that, but at least I have achieved something. I've weakened that square. Play rook c8. Maybe you can play knight a5. Just keep putting pressure on him until he cracks. That's my hope. Okay, rook d1, I just answer queen c7, put more pressure on the c-file. Plays knight a3, that's a good move. Even though knight is weird on a3, it was also weird on c2, so now at least it's doing something. But, wait a second, I see tactics. Bishop d3. Well, then maybe knight a3 wasn't a good move, but I think white was already in a lot of trouble to begin with, so it was difficult already. Okay, now conversion again, my favorite part, where you have everything to lose and nothing to win, because the expected result is for you to win with an exchange up, but if you don't, you're a complete loser. So let's see how I do this time. So far I've been doing well. Knight b6, knight d5, no, it doesn't work. Bishop b4, knight b6, bishop takes c3. And I might even take this pawn on a5. yeah, why not? Didn't like this pawn there on a5, so let's grab it. Okay, I think now it shouldn't be too difficult anymore. Two pawns are hanging, what am I gonna do? Probably give one of the two pawns, even though it breaks my heart. And just be completely boring, exchange queens. If he doesn't want to, I'll take another pawn. And keep trying to exchange queens. Okay. Yeah, I think his troubles began early. Knight c2, as I said, is not a very ambitious move. I think already black might be more comfortable after this move. Okay, this might go too far, but as you saw in the game, knight on c2 is just not well placed. And then, well, I don't know. I mean, here, okay, rook d1. Okay, maybe like this. Maybe this is still possible. Yeah, white should do this, because now I can take on c4, play bishop d3. But nevertheless, it looks strange, and black is very comfortable. Okay, I've played against a pre-299, as I said earlier. I will first play against everybody I haven't played, and now I'll play against DSky. Alright, while we're waiting, I'll check the chat real quick. Funa123 keeps saying that I should challenge people from the chat. Well, first of all, Funa123, I've played against you before, so as I said earlier, I won't play against people I've played before unless the only people left I've played before. And then also that would be kind of difficult to do, and then I wouldn't know who to pick from the chat, so doesn't sound like a good idea. So yeah, for this time, unfortunately, like I said, I didn't know that I would only be playing premium members. So next time, and it's up to you how soon the next time will be for the 7,000 subscriber special. I'll make sure that everybody can challenge me and not only premium members. Okay, what do we have on the board here? That's kind of a bogey Indian. We got into it through a move order. One of my favorite lines because it's so easy to play. I love easy playing positions where you just move your pieces somewhere and then it all works out. Where do I go with my queen usually? c7, e7. Let's go to e7. Never know e7 or c7. But it's really easy to play. And whenever white plays e4, black just answers with e5. And the general strategy is to play on the dark squares. Yeah, maybe the queen goes to c7 because knight h4 could be annoying sometimes, but if he plays knight h4, I just play g6. And here, this is just working out perfectly for me because I can put my knight on c5 and, well, that's just a pleasant position for me, I would say. And I can keep playing on the dark squares. And very, very simple to play. I don't know why I use so much time already, but probably because I'm trying to talk and play. So now he can play knight e3. He can't play knight e3 because the pawn on e4 is hanging. And well, he might play something like f3. Yes, he does. But this is of course further weakening his dark squares. And I'm going to bring a knight to d4, and he'll probably do the same thing. play knight e3, knight d4, and bring a knight to d5, which I'll just take. Even though my position looks very nice, it's still far from clear. So I play rook c8 to be able to take on d5 twice, and actually while I'm saying this I'm noticing it's not quite possible because my knight on d4 is also hanging, but king f2, that's surprising. I don't know why he played this. The king should go to h1. I'm really tempted to sacrifice on e4. Really tempted. Let's do it. Whatever. Let's do it. Wait, actually I can play maybe knight g4. No, let's take on e4. I don't know if that's any good, but let's have some fun. g5? It's probably going too far. Okay, let's start out with knight c3. And then f5, f4. Maybe now g5. After rook d2, but I don't want to allow his knight to f5. I mean, I'm winning back material. Oh, he just gives me this rook back? No, he gives me his queen. That's even better. Oh, that was lucky for me. Well, I mean, I don't think my position is bad. I mean, it could be that I'm slightly worse, but in a practical game, definitely good chances. Yeah, actually, I like it. I mean, it seems like it's a fun position to play, and certainly not easy for him. f4 is now coming. He's promised on a long diagonal. Looks good. All right. That being said, what was the issue in the opening? Sometimes people play with a3. As a white player, I think it's a good idea to refrain from playing e4 because it's just limiting your own bishop on g2. So usually people just play e3 and play knight e1, knight e3, something along these lines. Maybe white is a tiny bit better, but it's an absolutely playable position. And another plug, I've made a series about this as well. The Bogo Indian. You can find this here on Chess24. HakobKostanyan is my next opponent from Germany, and let's go for another French. Okay. How do I want to play here? Let's play this. I have no clue about this line, to be honest. No clue. That's gotta be funny. Okay, just develop whatever. Maybe I should play queen b6. Let's see how he responds to that. Looks like he has to take on c5 now, but he hasn't. If he has to take, then that can't be good. Because now knight b3 I play c4. Earlier if I played queen b6 he could have played knight b3. But now he can't because of c4. Yeah, see, it seems this improvisation worked out pretty well with bishop e7. Lurking him into a trap, bishop d3, queen b6. And he has difficulties defending a pawn. Now... can't decide. Bishop takes c5, queen e2 probably, so knight takes c5 looks better. And he has some problems with his king. So let's see how he will solve them. Knight f1. Should I take? Nah. Maybe I'll take later. Maybe I should have taken, but I'm just curious how he's going to set up his piece, because bishop e3 runs into queen takes b2, and yeah, he needs some time. And now I take, definitely. because now he's used another move, and now I'll try to open up the position against his king, because his king is still in the center, and I'm hoping to launch an attack somehow against the king. B3. Okay, take on E5. Oof. I mean, if this is not game over, then what? He still has knight G3. But still going for this. Oh, he resigned. Okay, that makes it easier. I was planning knight takes queen takes G2, knight G3, and rook F3, followed by rook takes G3, and that should be sufficient here to win a piece. Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about this opening, so I guess bishop D3 is not the way to go here. Maybe. That being said, I don't know what the way is to go. Just have to look it up yourself. SirAlbis from Turkey is my next opponent, and I might have a white game every once in a while. E5. Let's go for another Vienna game. Didn't quite work out the last time because my opponent played knight C6, so maybe now. No Vienna game again. Actually, that's what Vallejo Pons played against me, but I didn't go for his line, which is quite nice for white. Now we have just a kind of Philidor, I guess, with the bishop on C5 instead of on E7. And I have to figure out how to set up my pieces. Seems to make sense to pin this knight after all, because now with the bishop on C5, this pin might be quite annoying. So let's see how he's going to deal with that. Now I'm threatening knight D5 maybe. Not yet, because he can take on E4. If I castle, is he going to play G5? He might, so I have to play F3. He might play G5 and take on E4, so I didn't want to deal with that. But now he could probably play D5. Oh no. Yeah, D5 could be a really strong move right now. It's not the end of the world. I can castle, D takes E4, knight takes E4. Oh my god. Oof, this looks even worse. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a very typical trick. Very typical. I've done this trick myself before, and I think I'm just completely busted here. Okay. Okay. All falling apart. Okay, I have to go into this endgame. It's my best shot with a pawn down. Okay, let's just play fast and hope to do something here. I really want to have my streak going, so I'm really motivated to get out of this somehow. I don't know if I'll succeed, but I'll try. I will try. I'll fight till the end. I want to play F4, but I didn't want to play it immediately. I don't know, I was afraid of bishop takes B3. Okay, we're even on time now, that's good. Still pawn down, that's bad. But could be worse. Could be worse. Fortunately, I had this way out. I mean, otherwise he would have just crushed me immediately. Okay, not getting mated with d4, so that's good. Okay, b5. I don't know if that's a good move, but I'll try. I'm not sure about this move. Anyway, gotta play something. I think b takes c6 was better to put the knight on d5, possibly. Because now he's in some trouble with this pin. Oh, okay, what I'm getting my pawn back. So up on the clock, not down. Should be probably equal, but you know, we'll try and see what's happening. Well, maybe I'm just winning now, I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, I missed this one. Damn it. Wait. No! No! What am I doing? Am I losing here? No. That was really risky. Oh wait, he plays this? Is this a draw? I think so. Oh, we're playing with increment. Ah man, that was my main hope, to win on time. That's a draw. That is a draw. My streak is over. Can't win them all. Yeah, if it wasn't with the increment, I would have won this, but I can be lucky to save this game after all. So yeah, in the opening I just messed up badly. If I don't play bishop takes c8, he just takes on h4, takes on e4, and he's just killing me here. So couldn't do that. And then, well, I was back in the game. I guess it's just a draw after all. I really had my hopes up around here to do something, but it's just not enough. And then the end game, it's just a draw. And I have to make the draw, actually. It's not him who has to make the draw, because his king is just more active. Nah, my king's just way too far away. I'm just... No, that's just losing here. losing attempt. Okay, so I just barely made a draw. And well, my streak is broken. Well, at least I'm still unbeaten, but... Okay, next opponent, michajilm. From Slovakia. That's the Timon of variation. I really like this move, Queen f3. I was just looking at this the other day. Looks to be a really serious attempt for white. And not very easy for black to play. I like this line. You provoke d6, now you play bishop g5, so this bishop is restricted. You prevent h4 from happening. And even though this might be objectively okay for black, I think it's not easy to play. Maybe I should play a3, not sure. Okay. Really should have another look at this variation because completely no clue what I'm supposed to do here. But we'll figure it out along the way. Knight c4. I'll just push f5 before I get my bishop trapped somehow. This is very complicated, I don't have to tell you that, obviously. Okay, knight b3. And I'm ready to jump to d5. Well, I guess I'm not ready now. Knight on c4 is a pain. It's really a pain. Okay, just play king b1 for now. Oh wait, did I just drop this pawn? Oh my goodness. That's how you can tell I'm getting a little tired when I'm just dropping pawns like that. And he's probably wondering what my devious plan is. Well, I'm lucky he doesn't take. Okay, I take here. Can't play knight d5 because of knight a3. I think I should take on c4. And then play something like knight c1 maybe. Oh, I thought that wouldn't be that great because of knight a5 and I get a really nice position. Yeah, I think he missed knight a5 and now he has exactly the kind of position he really doesn't want to have with the knight on d5 against the dark squared bishop. This is almost resignable, or probably it is resignable because now I play queen g7, take on f6, and it's just all falling apart in seconds, more or less. I can even wait a move. I can even wait until I take on f6. I just first protect my pawn on e4 so there are no issues. And okay, I protect this pawn. And now I'll just take on f6 and no counterplay. And yeah, that's it. Could have even waited longer, but I just didn't see a reason why I should wait longer. Because this seems to be strong. Here's a king d7 maybe. I'll just double it either way. Rook d5 also threatens rook takes e5, I just noticed. Yeah, he still has this move, but I have a pretty move. Look at this. Rook a8, I like that. I like that. That's a nice little finish here. Okay. That game went rather well for me after not so great start. King b1 just blundering the pawn on e4. He should take this obviously, and there's nothing wrong with it. So probably I should take on f6 here and then play king b1 this way around, then take on c4, play knight c1. Yeah, and then the critical moment definitely queen takes c4 is the losing move. If he takes with the pawn, I take on c1, play knight c1. I'm still better probably. I just follow with knight d5. His attack shouldn't be too strong, and I'm quite comfortable, but it's of course a game, whereas in the game it's not a game, it's just gone here because my knight is too strong. I have to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be back in just a moment and then we'll continue. Alright, here I am again. I hope you guys are still excited about some more games. I am definitely. So far it's going well, and still more challenges coming in. And we'll take the challenge by Flohpower. Florian Hann from the United Kingdom, even though his name sounds very German. But, well, we'll see. Knight f3, get another chance to try out my new repertoire with c5 and play this line again. I have to make this light less bright, otherwise it's bothering me. I have a little desk lamp right next to me, so you kind of can see my face, but I was just increasing the brightness, but then it's bothering me, so gotta turn it down again. Okay, so this is the standard plan here, to play e6, knight e7. Very comfortable, very easy to play. And I don't see a reason really why there should be any problem for black in this variation. Bishop f4, now b6. b6 is just a useful move, protecting this pawn on c5. And then at some point I'll play d4. Should I play d4 now? Not sure. Not sure. I have to play something, so let's play this. Also looks good enough. Yeah, not sure about this whole variation, but I'm just gonna go with it. Could have also taken with the pawn, but he plays knight d5, and we have a very symmetrical position. Actually, almost completely symmetrical. So I took with the bishop to have the pressure on b2 still. Queen a4. Okay. Yeah. Okay, he just wants to play knight e2 and grab my bishop, and I don't want to allow this. My dark squares would be really weak, so I gotta go out of the pin to be able to move my bishop if he plays knight e2. But this has definitely gone quite well for him. So I'm anxious here that I'm blundering something, but not yet. Not yet. Could have also played queen e6 maybe. Maybe it would have been better. But maybe his plans to play e5 anyway. He plays h4. Does he want to play king h2? I don't know. Play queen e6 now. He goes back. Okay, that's good. Still have a problem with this knight, where to put it. For now, I'll bring my rook to d8. Can I play something like fancy knight c8, knight d6? Looks a little bit artificial. What is he up to? I don't know. I really don't know. Well, the knight is covering the square on d5, so I guess I should keep it there. Okay, he exchanges some pieces. He can do that. Now he plays knight d5 after all. Good move probably. Okay, I gotta play something. But I just don't know what. I just don't know what. Okay, I think I gotta play faster. And I once again don't remember what kind of game this is, but I think there's no increment, so gotta play quick now. Is he playing queen c3? What does he want to do? Oh, is he going for e6? I'm afraid he's going for e6, so I play rook e8 just to be on the safe side. Play h5. Just gonna play some. Oh wait, no, this is protected. All good, all good. Queen d7. Oh, now he's giving me this pawn. That's nice. That makes things easier. But that being said, still not an easy position to begin with. I think he had a mouse slip there. Oh man, I just gotta play quick here. I just gotta play quick. Gosh. Just play quick. Give me the queen. Give me another queen. I won! I don't know if you noticed, but I'm a little bit slow with the stream going on. So, yeah, it was kind of difficult. I mean, I shouldn't go into these kind of bullet battles. It was really close. I have 0.7 seconds left. Of course I'm winning here, completely winning, but in the end it comes down to time. So, just managed to pull this off. Was very close. Regarding the game, was equal for most time. I think white was better. This position is maybe a little bit more pleasant for me. Well, not for too long. I mean, I have the d file, but Yeah, that was all about the time. He blundered the pawn here, shouldn't play e6. But yeah, it's just all about the time. Okay, next game. Shoop. Okay, it looks like we're playing a 5-minute game against Harry 8. And we have a Sicilian. If he plays e5 now, I would be screwed. let's take it easy. Okay, I've played knight g4. I've played e6. So let's play e5. Let's switch it up. Played this against Peter Swidler just 2 days ago, but back then I think I messed up some move orders. And this is a highly theoretical line. Thousands of games have been played in this line. Is this how it goes? No, I think usually white goes to e2. Yeah. Usually white goes to e2. Haven't seen this line in a while. Because now I don't know what white is doing. h4, he wants to prepare bishop d3, but I'm pretty quick with a5, a4. He says, I don't know. I say me neither. Because I really don't have a clue, but this looks pretty good for black. I'm really fast with my pawns here on the queen side. Okay, keep pushing. Push, 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 push. And now I gotta think. Would like to play b3, but doesn't look like it's doing a whole lot. I'll play queen a5. Let's bring my pieces out, I guess. Queen c7 might have been a better place. But well, I thought he couldn't play knight takes d3, but he actually can, because he attacks this pawn. But okay, I'll just protect it one more time. Now I'm threatened to take on d5. Maybe. Most likely. Not too sure. Actually, knight takes b4. Queen takes d2. Bishop takes. Not too clear. Okay, maybe I'm not threatening to take. I'll think about it if I get the chance. Okay, I don't get a chance. And now I would like to play b3, but I don't want to exchange queens, so I need to move my queen somewhere. How about knight b6 maybe? Not really sure. Probably will take this off. He's thanking me for playing 5 minutes. Sure. Well, part of the reason is that I don't have many challenges anymore. Most of them are 5 minutes, so that's why. Yeah, that's actually a good continuation. If I play b3, he takes once, he plays a3. I should have probably played bishop d8, bishop b6, because my bishop on e7 is just so stupid. So Yeah, I misplayed this, and he has reacted well, and he has the upper hand here, I would say. Okay, now I'm threatening b3 again, followed by rook c2, but if he plays a move like, well, not this move, but a move like rook c1, then he would have been able to deal really well with b3, but now he's not, because this can be good. He cannot allow a rook on the second rank. So I think he needed to play rook c1 in order to prevent this threat, or maybe a move like b3 even. Okay, now I still have to win this. It's not like automatically winning only because I have the rook on the second rank, unfortunately. Still not easy. Still not easy. I'm glad I have a lot of time to think about this. I like queen a7. I'll tell you in a moment why. Oh, I'll tell you now. Okay, the point is that after queen takes b3, I want to play rook g2 and threaten rook b8. And I had to play a queen here because I don't want him to exchange rooks by playing rook f2. I don't want him to be able to get rid of my rook on the second rank. So with the rook on g2, he has no way to exchange the rook. He can play rook g1, he can play rook f2. If he doesn't take, I'll take on b2 most likely. I still have to check it, but it's very typical to take on b2 and then take on a3. I have to calculate king c3. But I'm hopeful that my attack will be strong enough, and now definitely it will be, because I can play b2 check and then at the very least take the rook on c1. That being said, it's actually not over yet, but I mean, I'm attacking, and maybe queen a5 is a strong move. Let me check out queen a5. Let's try. King takes b3 wouldn't be a good move. Oh, he fell for the trap. Yeah, he should play king b2 or another move. King c4 maybe even, but not king takes b3. Okay, he has to play king b4, and then I'll just play rook b8, rook b3, and that's it. Yeah, he fell into a trap here. I think after king b2 it's not clear yet. We'll see that in a moment. But now it's just over. Might be even checkmate forced. Check. And check. Okay, now it's not checkmate, but he's losing his queen for nothing. So this is not great. Okay, good game, Harry 8. You put a lot of resistance there. You were better, definitely. So I just want to see this. After queen a2 check, no, here it's over. But after queen a5, if he goes king b2, I can of course play queen a3 again. In the worst place, in the worst case, not worst place. But the question is if I have something here. I might. Maybe I can play b2. Play rook c8. Didn't see how to continue here. Of course, can play rook b8 again. Yeah, this looks pretty good though. This should be very good, yeah. And if he Plays king c4. Maybe rook b8. Threatening queen b4 checkmate. Queen c3 runs into queen b5. Queen d2. Yeah, this should also be really good for me now. Threatening queen b3 again, checkmate. So it seemed he shouldn't allow this rook takes b2. Or maybe should allow it, but in a better way for him. So I don't know what a better way would be. The question is really if I can play it like after any move. And that's difficult to say. Maybe it still works here again. Could be quite possible. So yeah, he seems to be in some trouble there already, and I think his troubles began by playing rook f1. So here instead of rook df1 I said during the game rook c1, just to be able to answer this threat b3, or maybe play b3 himself and then take back with the c pawn. Also looks like it's quite decent because I'm just playing with this bishop on e7, which doesn't do anything. Okay, that was quite a long analysis, so let's go back to the challenge list. I've got some more challenges after I said I'm running out. Thanks guys, I appreciate it, but I'm still accepting challenges from people I haven't played before. And now it's Edik Gilmartino from Australia. Okay. Have we had an Imson so far today? I don't think so, and we won't have another one. He goes for this line as well. We already had this earlier today, but he plays differently. He plays with c3. I think probably can take on d4 here and play g5, bishop b4 and all that great stuff. So I'll try. Maybe queen a5. Well, it depends what he's going to play. If he plays knight c3, probably queen a5. And now I don't know. Yeah, maybe I should just bring my pieces out now. And he does the same. We have a symmetrical position, not too much going on. But I'm actually not sure if it was like such a great idea to play all that, because I didn't get anything out of it. Yeah. So I'll just go back to e7. Or do I play d5 first? Oh, let's play d5 first so he doesn't occupy the center by playing e4. Now I go back and I'm slightly worse, but it's not the end of the world. Does he want to play b4? Nah, he can play b4 if he wants to. He was waiting until I put my bishop on d7 so I can't play knight d7. But I'm still not too worried, even though I would say my position is worse. Whoa, he's going for a relentless attack here. Okay. Okay. Let's exchange bishops, because I think my bishop is worse than his, so let's exchange them. if he wants to, though. I mean, probably he could just play bishop c2. And yeah. Or bishop b1. I don't know what was wrong with bishop c2. But okay. Because now his rook is out of play, so I'm surprised he chose that move. I think bishop c2 followed by knight d4 would have been unpleasant for me. And now let's play queen c5. Preventing queen c2, which I actually didn't realize I'm preventing that. I just realized after I played it, so I was quite lucky because queen c2 would have been very annoying. He plays this move, and I am slightly scared, but I'm also wondering what he's going to do after my check. And that's the problem of the bishop on b1. Imagine if the bishop was on c2, he would be perfectly fine. There would be no check. But now I play queen c1, I take on b2, and he resigned. Wow, that's a little... Oh, it's mate! It's mate! Oh my god, queen g4 was really a bad move because it's just mate. So, yeah, instead, he should maybe now play bishop c2. I think white's position is still quite pleasant. Or... I was also wondering what happens after knight takes b5, knight takes b5, queen d3. But probably it's not too much of a threat down here, so I can probably collect the rook now on a1. And well, this would be still interesting. Unclear. Yeah, I don't know. But definitely he had better options than queen g4, well, obviously. So I got away with something here. It was worse, but I got away. Okay. Next game. By the way, I'm still, as you can tell, more so accepting 3-minute games. Because once again, I still have a lot of challenges. And I would like to play against as many of you as you can, as many of you as I can, and that's why 3 minutes makes more sense. So we have an Indian finally, and I play b6, the recommendation of Vallejo Pons on Chess24, but my opponent doesn't go for the critical lines. He plays knight f3, which transposes to knight f3 in the fourth move. So I think this is one of the main lines here actually. g5, knight e4. Is d6 blundering the... I don't want to blunder anything. I just take now before I blunder something. Safe weight. But usually they say you shouldn't take on c3 before white has played like a move like a3, before he has asked you to take on c3, or if there's any other legitimate reason. But I wasn't sure. d6, queen a4, check knight c6 looked weird to me. I want to put my knight on d7, so... Run, Forrest, run! Yeah, I think that's quite unpleasant for him. Because I am damaging his pawn structure. I don't know how bad that is actually, but seems worth doing. Not too sure actually, because now bishop e3. I'm a little bit worried about this pawn, but he doesn't play. That's good. Because he could play bishop e3, then maybe rook g1, something along these lines. Play the bishop back to f1, and a little bit struggling with this pawn. Well, that also makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I should play g4, I feel like. I don't want to give him the passed pawn. I also don't want to open up the position for his bishops. So I feel like I should move my queen somewhere. Not quite sure where. Just play king b8. Let's see what he's up to. If he plays f5, I play e5. If he plays e5, I just move my queen. Plays f5. Okay, I keep my word. Very interesting strategic position, really. I mean, I'm trying to keep the position close. He's trying to open it up. We'll see who will succeed. Okay, now I'll try to threaten something to win the e4 pawn. He has spotted this threat. And now I have to come up with something else. I don't know what to come up with, really. Maybe I can put some pressure on this pawn. Just spotted this opportunity. But how will I increase the pressure? Really not sure about this move, but you know, you just gotta try something. I didn't have any clue what I'm doing here. So now this is a chronic weakness. That being said, how do I continue? I guess I just gotta play fast at this point. Oh, don't threaten anything. Don't mate me. Check. Yeah, now my position should be pretty good. Okay. Yeah, quite an interesting battle. That's why I like the Nimsanin. You have really rich positions and you can get all kinds of pawn structures. Honestly, I'm not sure where he went wrong. It feels like this h4, h3 push was beneficial to me. Maybe quick bishop e3 here, rook g8. That's what I mentioned earlier, rook g1. Probably have to play a move like g4 here. Yeah, it seems he can put some pressure on this pawn. That would have been a good idea. Well, actually, no, he can't play bishop f1. I take on f3. But he can maybe prepare it. That's actually not easy to do. So probably I'm fine here. Okay. Next game. Against Heike 12. In the meantime, let's check the chat. All right, checking chat on Twitch, by the way. All right, whoa, he's starting like a how do you say? Like a thunderbolt. I always forget how to play this. At some point, one plays h3 or d5. I'm always so afraid of blundering stuff, so we'll see how this works out here. Okay, so far I haven't blundered anything, that's a good thing. e5, that's probably a very good move. He's killing me on the clock too. Okay, pinning this one. Yeah, okay, you can play knight d7, I will castle, and think I'm not in any trouble. Probably slightly better. Didn't even see this move as possible. God damn it. Well, I take on e5 though, he takes on c3, is that his plan? Well, this is supposed to work. My rook is hanging, that's the only problem I have, but I can just castle here and let him figure out his problems from here. Yeah, he should be in a lot of trouble here. Okay, now I'm threatening mate, so he has to play a move like queen e6. Now I'll just move my queen out of the way and attack his queen on the e-file. And the only question is where to put it. h5. h5 looks good enough. And queen g6 I'll just take and play bishop f6. That's a good move. Didn't see that. He can just castle. He can just castle. So if I take on e7, he takes on g7, then I can't play rook d1 because he would take it. So I play rook d1 first, and then take on e7 if he allows me to. If he plays queen e6, then I just take on e6, I guess. I can't take on e7 now because my rook is hanging in the end. I'll take on d8 then. Okay, I'm up a pawn. Very good chances here. But it's not over until it's over. I think I'm gonna trap his rook. Rook f8, bishop c5, queen a5, b4. Looks good. Oh yes, f6, didn't see that. Actually, he can move his rook along the g file as well, but, well, then his back rank would be under some pressure. By the way, I'm also threatening rook a1 now. Whoa, that's pretty nice. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful how the queen is protecting the c2 pawn here? I like that. I like it. All right, interesting game. Yeah, I think knight takes d5 should not be played, or maybe then knight takes c3 here, and queen e7. Yeah, and king takes e7 to keep the g7 pawn protected, but still feels quite uncomfortable here actually. No, this is not good. Rook he1 coming. No, this is not good. Yeah, I think maybe instead of knight takes d5, knight d7, I castle, you castle, and yeah, knight e4. Yeah, this is still better for me, but it's different than the game where I was just a pawn up. Alright guys, unfortunately I have to go to the bathroom once again, so I'll be back in just a second. Alright, here I am once again. Before I continue, let me check the chat. Heike is asking if he can repeat his game. You want to repeat the same game exactly again? Or what exactly do you mean? Somebody's asking, how can I go to Twitch? Just put in twitch.com and then GM Huschenbeth and you'll find it. Good luck for the rest of the games. I'm going to bed. Thank you, Edik. Okay. And a lot of people saying, please play with me. Yeah, I can't play you all, as you guys know. And Abrido, I've played you before, I think even twice. So, I first, as I said before, will play people I have not played before. And here we have one. Center 1-2-3 from Spain. Strong opponent. Let's do it. E4. And he's going for the French. This variation. Yeah, that's quite a tricky line. But I like to surprise my opponents by playing c4, which is a rare move. How am I supposed to play against knight b6? I think a3. Not sure. Okay, let's just develop. It is a tricky variation. I sometimes don't know what to do either, but it's difficult for both sides to play, I think. And that's nice. I'm expecting some kind of f6. Yeah, there it is. I have to play c5 because I have to protect this pawn. And even though I don't want to, should I go to b1 maybe instead? Maybe I should go to b1. Doesn't look as stupid, but he's going to play e5. And I feel like I'm in trouble. Maybe not too much yet, but in a little bit of trouble maybe. Actually, I wonder how bad it is really. Or have I just blundered a piece? d4, d3? Okay, didn't play it. I think d4 is really critical. Okay. So let's keep moving. Might have just blundered a piece again, by the way. d4. Yeah, that might be just a piece. Oh my god. No. Oh my god. Alright. That was bad. Very bad. Tells you something. We're 3.5 hours in. Not as fresh anymore, just blundering a piece. Yeah. Should play something else here. And bishop e3, but this whole opening didn't go as well. Maybe knight takes e5 and f4, f5. Yeah, that's actually doesn't look too bad, but still. All right, damn it! I want to go through this special without losing a game. Next time, I guess. Alright, Adrenaline. I haven't played against Adrenaline 2100 and I actually know who that is, so that makes it more interesting, definitely. I'll go for another e5 game. Bishop c4. Okay, let's play the Italian game. d3, a6, castle. He seems to know his stuff. He's moving pretty fast. I'll just play random moves. Put the bishop back. Transfer the knight. At some point I'll run out of useful moves probably. We'll see how long it will take. g4. Whoa. Okay. Play d5. I always find these positions so annoying because just don't know what to do, how to break through. But this looks like a decent try at least. As long as this king is still in the center, I might have some tricks. Okay, I can play g6. Why not play g6? Does he play knight h6 and g5? Maybe he does. So I probably should take on e4 first. But then he can always put in rook d1. No, should not have done that. Well, why don't I take on f5? Just make it simple. Take on f5. The question will be if I can take on e4. I would like to take on e4, but the problem is queen takes e4, rook e8, and knight e5. He's probably considering someone rook d1. No, g takes f5, knight takes e4, queen takes rook e8, knight e5, queen f6, bishop takes f7, queen takes f7. Could play that. I could. Yeah, whatever. Not that sure, but we'll see. If I played rook e8, he could go like something like e5. So didn't see that actually. Let's see what's going on here. Let's go on a walk, shall we? Let's go on a walk. That looks interesting. I think it's just winning, honestly. Knight g4, king g5, knight e5, queen f6. And he's not gonna keep everything together here, I can promise you that. At least that's what I'm hoping. Actually not 100% sure. We'll see, we'll find out. So knight e5, queen f6, rook g1 check is a problem. What is he thinking about? I mean, he only has knight e5. Knight f7 is a threat. Okay, I think... Oh no! Oh no! I thought he had only queen f3, but he has queen e2. But maybe f3 check? Oh, he can take on f4 too. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my freaking god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I losing? Or is it perpetual? Oh, I could have played g5. Oh. I could have played g5. Now there we go. g5. Okay. That was definitely the most fun game of today. Thank you, Adrenaline. That was epic. I didn't have so much fun in a while. That was really interesting. Okay, so let's take a look. So here, knight takes e4, queen takes e4, rook e8. If he goes knight e5, queen f6. Now bishop takes f7, queen takes f7, and now castle. And honestly, not sure how to evaluate this position, because if I move my queen, he plays queen c4. So I can move my queen. I feel like it should be fine for me, but I'm like lacking a move, like rook d8 maybe. And now I can play a move like queen d5. My upper pawn, I'm not even upper pawn, but I feel like it should be fine. Queen d5 here. But of course he doesn't have to cooperate like that. He could play maybe rook d1. But then I could take on a2. Okay, but let's see the game. That's definitely more interesting anyway. Okay, here. Queen f6 almost lost me the game. Okay, maybe it just doesn't work. Maybe it just doesn't work because of rook g1. Well, queen e7 is the move. Okay, I mean, I'm not winning on the spot, but we get into his endgame, which would be very pleasant. Yeah, I wanted too much. I want to win on the spot, but no. Queen f6 was definitely a mistake. But maybe queen f3 was actually a mistake here. Because what can he do after this is just winning for me. g5, f takes g6, queen takes f4. You know what's funny actually? I'm just noticing that. I think he resigned too early. He can play knight g4 here. That would have been definitely a try. And we have some beautiful lines once again. Rook d7. If rook e7 he takes... Oh yeah, just rook e7. Just rook e7. Yeah. As just, of course, f6, it doesn't change anything. I'm still up a piece. So, okay, this wins, okay. But, okay, let's go. He says, instead of rook g1, h4. Let me see. Instead of rook g1, h4. Oh. Yeah. Didn't see h4. It's only queen g2, knight f3. Yeah, because now if king h5 we have the same variation. Or knight g4 here. But queen f3, king h6, queen takes f4. And now g5 he takes with the pawn, of course. So I have to go here. And I don't know if he has more than perpetual. He could try f4 here. Threatening queen g5, which is pretty lethal. So I have to take king f1. Yeah, that looks pretty good for him. Queen g5 still threat. I mean, it's still not completely over, but pretty much over. I mean, yeah, that should be winning. So now another line I was thinking actually is... Oh. So that was too wild here. I mean, queen f6 was a mistake. Queen e7 I should play, I'm pretty sure, so I can still go back to f6 if I want to. So I have this option. But here also, he could play queen e2 check. The point is, after king h6, now you can play knight at g4 and take on f6. But maybe I have f3. And that transposes to what we had in the game, where it seems like he's losing. Because he's not going to keep this knight. Okay, what if he castles? And it seems my king is safe enough because I always have g5. Okay, great game. That was a lot of fun. Let's go to the next one. Yoganidra from Sweden is my opponent. While we're waiting, I'm going to check the Twitch chat. People are discussing the game. There's a question if I know GM Eric Hansen's YouTube videos. Yes, I do know him. He's doing a lot of live streams on Twitch. And I actually asked him for some advice. And maybe I'll play him someday. If it works out. Why not? While we're waiting, I'll also check the chat. People are saying I'm tired. Well, maybe a little bit. Okay, do I have any game? No, no moves so far. I think I have to abort it. Alright. Yoganidra. I think I have to abort. What else can I do? That would be my first aborted game for the day. It's quite a record. But yeah. Oh, just when I want to abort, he played a move. Wow. That was good timing, my friend. Very good timing. I actually already pressed the abort button, but maybe because he played a move just at this point in time, it cancelled the abortion. The abortion? Is that how you say it? Okay, anyway. So we have bishop e5 check, knight d7 on the board. Takes on d7, okay. And whenever people play the c4, e4, I always put my bishop on g7. That just seems to be a way to go. Now e6. And bring my knight to c6 so I can have more control over the d4 square. And what's going on now? I think he might have miscalculated something. He needs to prepare this first by playing d3 and bishop e3. But then I would be in time to stop it again with knight c6. Now his knight on d1 looks out of place, and of course he's also a pawn down, which doesn't help his cause. He wants to win it back. Oh, that was... Did I miss that this pawn on d6 also hanging, which forced me to play e5, which I didn't really want to do, but I'm also not too unhappy about it, so it's okay. Okay, I'm threatening f4, so unless he plays h3, he has to take, which he does. But now I'm coming in. e4, no, can't play that yet. How do I go from here? Bishop g4 looks like a good move because he doesn't have a place to put... Oh, he does. He can go to e1, which he absolutely needs to do. Because otherwise I take on f3. He can't allow that. So he has to play knight e1. He does not play knight e1. And I'll give the exchange. That looks just very, very strong. Queen d7, queen h3 is my plan. Rather simple, but sometimes the simplest is the strongest. I'm not even there yet, and he already tries to sacrifice material, but I don't take it. I'm in no rush. So he can still take back with the pawn, so I'm not threatening that much yet, but he's pretty much paralyzed. What can he do? He tries to create counterplay, and now the question is, how will I checkmate? It's the best thing about a beer that you can like stroke over it, I guess, and to pretend you're very smart. Okay, back to the game. How do I get through here? Okay, first I take this one. g6. I mean, I'm still in no rush to take on e3. I think it would just help him. So I will prepare to take on e3 at some point. He's not threatening rook c8. I'll bring my rook to f8. Oh, he missed that I'm still protecting the c8 square with my queen. So he blundered the rook. Yeah, of course, the mistake was early in the game when he played d4 instead just d3. And one thing I just want to check, I was wondering if you maybe can postpone short castle and play d3 first, so he's in time to play d4 right here. And actually this might be quite a reasonable plan. To postpone castle to play d4 first, because if he is able to play d4, he has a slight edge. So that was, I think, a better option. Okay. Next game. Necromancer. From the Netherlands. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know how many more games I'll do. Maybe 2, 3 more. Let's see how they're going. Okay, we have once again the symmetrical variation here. c4, c5. But I like to play it. It's simple. It's easy. And you don't get in a lot of trouble. Of course, as you might tell, I'm trying to secretly plug my own video series about this variation, c4, c5. So he plays b3. It's slightly unusual, especially because his bishop is in this awkward pin. And I'll just play d5 in just a moment, right here. And he has to play d4. Otherwise I'll play d4 myself. But actually, isn't this pawn hanging? I think this pawn's just hanging. So this whole setup with bishop b3, bishop b2, I don't think it's any good. Or at least, I mean, in terms of getting advantage, it's not very good, I think. Okay, I've secured my bishop on d4. He's still in this pin, which is not easy to get out of. I mean, he doesn't want to play knight a4. It looks really strange. And here, he does play knight a4 now, but now I can take on c4 too. I'll take on c4. Actually, now I have a couple pawns hanging. b7 is also hanging. So how do I deal with all these pawns hanging in the air? I don't know. Okay, let's play knight f5. He obviously wants to take on f5 to take on d4, which he can. I mean, if I get 2 passed pawns in return, that seems like a good deal to me. Now I want to play bishop e6, and I'll do that. Actually not sure. Knight c5, I want to play rook d8. No, it wasn't a good move. It was not a good move. Actually, maybe I have a way out. Just hoping I don't blunder anything. I can play rook d6, which is probably the best thing he can do. It's also interesting. So play f takes e6, rook d7. So I guess I'll take like this. He can have the f5 pawn. I just want to push my pawns. That's all I want. Oh. He's attacking me. These double rooks is always annoying. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, rook h5 now. Oof. Holy mother. I don't want to lose this. Gosh. What am I doing here? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I think I'm gonna lose this. Well, now that's better. Fortunately, got rid of the rooks, the double rooks. That's very fortunate for me, otherwise I think I would have been in a good amount of trouble. And now I gotta be fast. Gotta be fast. Of course I'm winning here with the 2 passed pawns, but wasn't quite convincing. Okay, he resigns. Yeah. If he doesn't exchange the rooks here, plays like h4. Oof. Oof. I don't know. I mean, okay, maybe I'm not worse, but I feel like I'm not gonna win here. Okay. Next game. Okay, I've played against Soporiferous, I played against Corsu. Have I played against LongWu? No, I have not played against LongWu. LongWu from Spain. All right. Let's go for Sicilian and a new variation, the closed Sicilian. Okay. Okay, I think d5 is the way to go. Now I'm probably threatening to play b4 and win the pawn, so he has to react. He reacts and takes. Queen d2? What's going on? Does he want to play queen e3? I don't know. I'll play bishop e7 just to prevent queen e3 so I can play d4. But I'm really curious about this move. And what's the intention? Because it seems like it's just blocking his bishop. Now he plays it. Okay, I can still play d4. Well, this gives me another piece. Because it's still a fork. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's a queen. Alright. Yeah, instead of queen d2, just a normal developing move, just castle. And okay. Maybe a d4 white can play. I think black's pretty decent position, but it's fine overall. Okay, next game. philippraeke. I think he has been waiting for a long time, but probably a lot of people have, so actually it's not an argument. But I have not played against philippraeke, so let's go. From Austria. So many e4 games today. What's happening? It's very unusual, I feel like. Usually it's about 50-50. He says, thanks, it's my pleasure. That's what I'm here for, to play against as many as I can. And I still have like, I don't know, 7 challenges or so. So, what haven't I played? Knight bd7 I have not played today. Played e6, e5, and knight g4, so knight b7 is left. How do I go from here? I think queen c7. Not sure about knight b3. Usually the knight is well placed on d4, and if there's no reason to remove it from the center, then white shouldn't remove it, in fact. Now I even have a choice. Which setup? I'll go for the dragon to make it a little bit more interesting. We've seen a knight off setup so many times today anyway, so no reason to see it again. Okay, he succeeds to exchange the dark squared bishops, which I care a little bit about. I would have liked to keep my dark squared bishop, but it doesn't bother me that much, honestly. Okay, he puts himself into his diagonal, but I can't really exploit it. So I just play my standard moves, rook ac8, maybe b4, and we'll see. To watch out for any knight f5 tricks, but should be all good. So okay, now I might play b4 though and take the pawn on e4. e5. Didn't see that one coming, to be honest with you, but I think I can just take it. Or I could have taken on c3. Actually, I just want to change my pre-move, but I think it's fine either way. Okay, he has to play knight e2. And then maybe I can play something like knight g4. Knight f5. Hope I'm not missing something here. But I would be surprised if this attack is going through. Especially since I have a check, for example, on d4. My knight is protecting h7. Okay, but now it's my turn to attack. Rook g8, followed by rook takes g2 if he moves the queen. Alright, so let's have a quick look what was going on in this game. I think the first moment, which I was a little bit surprised, knight b3 here. I think just a normal development, queen d2, then queens and castle, that would be a normal way to go, and g4 and so on, the usual English attack. And then I think f4 was maybe not the best choice because it was weakening the e4 center too much. So maybe they move like a3 here, king h1. Of course, there's not much going on in the position, but white is not much worse here. Alright, I play Luke 71. Another black game, so many black games today. We have another Sicilian, another bishop b5 check Sicilian. What I like about this variation though, that you usually get the bishop, well, unless white moves it back to e2, but there's a popular line where the bishop goes to d3 and then to c2, supporting a pawn on e4, because now white has to play d3 more or less. Or not. But here I just grabbed a pawn. So white likes to play bishop d3, bishop c2. Okay, knight f6. I was also thinking about d5. But what I was saying, bishop d3, bishop c2, and then play d4 later on. And That's quite a popular moment at the moment. Popular variation at the moment. And here it seems I simply have a healthy extra pawn. Queen c2. Is he threatening something yet? Just in case, play h6. Okay, just develop my pieces and then we'll see where I'm going. He takes on f6, that's surprising. Usually, if you don't have a reason to give your bishop for the knight, you should not do it necessarily. So I'm not quite sure what he had in mind when he took on f6. Okay, let's go out of the d file just in case. I don't like it if my queen is facing a rook. Yeah, I wonder where this rook is going. Should I play f5? Yeah, let's go. Okay, now bishop d6. Why not? Bishop d6. Push the rook to h3, where he's pretty useless. How do I want to go from here? Okay, I take on d4. Play queen d7, preparing e5. That's all I want, e5. Can I play e5 here? Now knight takes f5 is a problem. e5, there we go. Succeeded. He was threatening this pawn on d5, so protected. And the rook on h3 is just out of play. Not sure how I will continue. Maybe just e4, f4. Yeah, that seems a good way to go. Does he want to go to g6? He can go to g6. I don't mind. Okay. He resigned. Yeah. Well, the pawn sacrifice or blunder in the opening was not necessary. Just play d3. And okay, we have, of course, completely different game. Alright. I'll play against Test. And I would say I play one more after this one, and then that's it. Because I feel like my head is falling off soon, so. Let's go, Test. Alright, what do we want to play? Another French. I like the French, was going well so far. And yeah, I'll try this knight of 6 again. 92. Usually people play bishop d3 first and then 92 later. Either he's mixing it up or he wants to play like g3, bishop g2 or something else. I don't know. But I'll just stick with my typical moves, bishop e7 and so on and so forth. Castle. And f6. Why not play f6? Well, how do I want to take on f6? Do I want to take with the bishop? Or with the knight? Take with the bishop, make him... I can't play e5 anyway. Because my pawn on d5. Yeah. Now it feels stupid that I took with the bishop. Real stupid. Takes like that, that's surprising. Okay, threatens to go here. Knight b6. I want to play e5 now, obviously. If I can play e5, then I'm a very happy man. And I've succeeded. So I was surprised he took with the knight. He could have taken with the pawn too. Because now I just have a... Oh, I blundered the pawn. No. No. No tricks either. No tricks. Maybe I can put some pressure on his position though. Just a little bit. Unless he can play like something like rook d5 now. Maybe he could have played rook d5. Still afraid of bishop takes d5. Man, that's annoying. Oh wait, bishop g4. Bishop g4. There we go, back in bis. Could have even taken with the rook, but I like it this way too. His king's super weak now. Is g5 over the top? We'll find out, I guess. We'll find out. Afraid he's going to move his rook somewhere and then my rook is under attack, but I always have queen b6 and getting my queen closer to the action will be interesting. Interesting position. I'm not quite sure about g5, might have been a little risky. Plays bishop e5, now that should be fine for me definitely. Okay. Ah, queen b6, nice, bishop d4. Okay, let's go. Yeah, what am I doing? It's not good, it's not good. I feel like I'm messing up very badly. Very badly. Rook e6 probably, or rook e8, yeah. Gosh, I don't know what to play. I have 95. Oh man. I have 95 after all. My time is really bothering me though. Fuck. I shouldn't curse, sorry. It seems like all the pawns are hanging. What is this position anyway? What am I playing here? I don't know what I'm doing. Queen c6 would have been a good move. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm devastated. I overdid it. I pushed my luck by playing too many games. Yeah, it's just everything's hanging. My king is weak. I had a great position though. Okay, one thing is after knight c4, he could probably play rook takes d5. It's actually not quite clear. Yeah. Again, in the game, I mean, this must be fabulous for me. I should play queen b6 here, maybe? Then he has to go queen d4, most likely. Because here I'll take with the rook, and it's just killing him. Yeah, he has to go queen d4. Okay, I said I'll play one more, so I will. And my last opponent will be FSchwarz, and I'll do my very best to leave with a win. So if I've lost 2 games and drew 1, and this last one is really bothering me, but what can you say? Gotta keep going and finish strong. Oh, already allowed e4, but whatever. It would be just transposing to a French. Queen b5 is not blundering the bishop, fortunately. At this point in time, I'm expecting anything. He wants to play e4, obviously. So I feel like I should do something in the center, c5. If he plays e4, I'll probably just take it twice with the knight. Or I'll take on c3, it looks also pretty good. I'll take on c3 first and then take on e4. So he takes on f6 first, that makes sense. But still, I can ruin his structure. And I think I'm doing this. Why not? Win back the pawn, and I think I'm in good shape here with his completely ruined pawn structure. Prevent the mate, that's important. What do I do about this bishop though? King e7 looks good, preparing rook d8. Knight d4, knight e5. Yeah, I think I'm in quite good shape here. I don't know what he can do, honestly. Knight d4, knight e5, queen somewhere. Well, it's pretty good for me. Queen e3 maybe to threaten knight f5. Yeah, that could be a decent variation for him. And there he goes. Maybe bishop d7, but knight f5 again. Okay, so knight e5. Maybe queen e3, b6, just to protect the queen. Yeah, because otherwise he plays knight f5 and wins the queen. So now protected. And I can put my bishop here. This pawn is worrying me a little bit. It's not as clear as I thought it would be, but well. Actually, this is not really helping it, because after queen f4, rook g6, his bishop h5. Oh man. So I have to play queen f4, knight d7. Okay. That's not a good move. Oh my goodness, it's not a good move. He could have played queen f4, I think it would have been very strong. Now, however, I think I'm good. Yeah, it's good that it's this last game. Making not the best moves anymore. Alright, well, position is pretty good at this point too, so, but he lost some time. So after knight g4, I think if he plays queen f4, I'm in trouble. I want to play something like queen e5, it just doesn't work. So if bishop takes g4 and here, yeah, e5, knight f5. I maybe, rook d8 checkmate, no. If I play h5, he just takes on g4. If I play queen g5, plays queen c7. Yeah. If I play e5, I can't believe this one either. Just queen f3. I mean, what is this? Rook d6 coming. Nope. Yeah, queen f4 would have been really, really strong. Just winning, probably. Yeah. Alright, guys. That's it for today. Thanks for everybody watching. Thanks for everybody playing. It was a lot of fun. I'm quite tired, so I'm done with this. If you want to have another subscriber special soon, then mobilize all your friends and we can get to 7,000. You know, if you do it quickly, we'll have another subscriber special quickly. So I would appreciate it. And then for all those people in Europe, have a great night. And for all the people in the US, enjoy the rest of this afternoon. Bye, guys.